It's perfect.
Great. Perfect. Thank you, team, for just, hitting the record button. I was about to ask for that. But good morning. We are going to have a full packed day today because we're looking at, you know, sport and wellness. And this is a virtual summit. So what that actually means is you need to get your water, your coffee. I don't know what works for you, but water works for me in the morning. And it's going to be fully packed because we're going to have experts from different sectors within health. But today's summit brings together coaches, athletes, medical experts, nutritionists, communities, civil society, public sector, researchers, you name it, and who all share one particular common goal, supporting athletes in a way that keeps them healthy, resilient, and able to perform at their best. Now, what I like about this summit is I just remembered I have my own medals already and I need to show off before everybody starts off. So I'm also very active. I have my two medals. In a span of 30 years, two medals, it's progress. So do not judge. But as I mentioned, for far too long, injury prevention, nutrition, and gender specific health have been treated like separate conversations. Well, that ends today. Yet an athlete's body doesn't work in silos, and neither should the system that supports them. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This gives us the chance to connect those dots. We'll explore what it takes to move from reactive to proactive, how proper fueling shapes performance and recovery, and how we redesign approaches so that female athletes are truly seen and supported, not only female, but all athletes. Now, these discussions matter not just for elite performers, but for young athletes, schools, federations, and the communities around them, because it's a whole support system. We're not going to work in silos anymore. So I want to thank you today. It's early in the morning. I know people are joining from across the globe. So it's either too early for you, too late for you, but for the East Africans, it's just the right perfect time for us to have this conversation. So I want to thank you for joining our panelists, our partners, and also for you making this particular time to be part of this discussion. So the idea we share, the experiences we're going to exchange here, and the networks we're going to build will help shape safer fields, smarter nutrition, and better supported athletes across the continent and beyond. And of course, give me an opportune time to just, keep on rubbing it in your face that I do have two medals. So settle in, stay curious, and feel free to engage through the chat throughout this session. So let's get started. We are going to have a robust discussion because we have different speakers who are going to let us know what they do, how it's feeding into today's discussion, and how we can move forward with a call to action, of course, and better, understanding of what's happening the whole of today. I do have my co-moderator, but she'll introduce herself later on. So what I like, this is gender um, sensitive, this is inclusive, this is not segregating, and this is going to be a virtual whole day discussion. So without further ado, let me just appreciate all of you for creating time, but we'll also kind of go into the national anthem, and we really need to make sure that we follow protocols. So we'll just dive into the national anthem for now, and then we kick off the discussions. So, Tim, please, if you don't mind. And I will introduce myself. I just want you to be very curious who's this lady who has two medals already in 2 years. That's a lot of progress. So I will introduce myself later so that you get to know the space. And also, in the chat room, the team will post the link at the bottom. So please feel free to share it widely with your team. I know it's still a little bit early for some of us, but do share it with your colleagues because sport is something we all. So I'm hearing Lisa sharing their insights and insights. Let's join in.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Well, I think we'll carry on from where we left off. Let me introduce myself officially. My name is Miss Lizzie Otai, and I'm going to be one of the hosts today. We're calling it Master of Ceremony, so I'm going to be one of the MCs. A little bit about myself. I am not that athletic. I went for 2 runs, and the whole time I was walking, but I got my medal at the end of it. So it's always the effort that counts. My background is in development communication, and I'm a consultant across the Anglophone and Lusophone region, and consulting currently with a couple of organizations. But for this particular session, it's under ENASO, and we're headquartered in Arusha, Tanzania. So I'm going to call my co-MC so that, Terry, you can also introduce yourself real quick, and let us know whether you have any medals. I have 2, and we'll pick up the conversation from there.
All right. Good morning, everyone, from wherever you're keeping with us from, and a warm welcome to today's session. And as Liz mentioned, unfortunately, I do not have medals when it comes to sports and wellness. So we are well getting there. I hope that by the end of the session, I'm also going to get a medal of some sort. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Teresa Mliro. I am a founder of Empowerment Pathways Alliance. I am affiliated with a couple of organizations. I love working in the non-profit sector. So that is where I am. I love dealing with community a lot. So beyond that, I'm also a Pan-Africanist. I'm affiliated with the African Federation and a couple more organizations. I also just offer consulting services to NGOs, CBOs, just in terms of, mental health, well-being, reproductive health, and all that, and just making sure that, like ladies, empowerment, that they have access to dignity kits. Beyond that, I am a project manager, and it's amazing to have all of you joining in. As the session progresses, I'm sure we'll get to interact and know each other more. So I'm going to give it back to Lizzie, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful session. Over to you, Lizzie.
So thank you very much. In the football field, score goes 1-0, right? So it's 1 Lizzie, 0 Terry in terms of medals. And I'm not showing off, but these two medals really had to sweat
I'll
for
give
it.
it to you. Maybe at the end of this session, you give me one of your medals.
Definitely, definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to officially start off. And we want to know why we're here. Why are we having a virtual summit? Why are we doing it for a whole day? And why is it around building resilience athletes? A virtual summit on the future of African sports. There has to be a reason why you've logged in, but there also has to be objectives and reason behind why the partners have decided to have this virtual conversation and not, just let Friday be a chilled, Netflix and chill sort of a situation. So it's very crucial for us to meet, but we also need to know who's on this particular discussion. So please feel free to use the chat option and do type in your name, your country. We want to know who's here. And ideally for us as the Youth Initiative Development Program, we're big when it comes to networking. So please use this platform to introduce yourself. Who knows? You might get that partner you've been looking for, or you might find that particular contact that you've been trying to trace within the African continent and you've had a hard time. But just a few house rules, very simple. It's going to be a whole day. We're going to have health breaks because this is sports. Um, if you feel like you're a little bit overwhelmed, do mute yourself, do put yourself on hold, step back a little bit, drink your water, drink your coffee, refreshen up. But we're also going to have a couple of minutes where we're going to take a break, refill our mags, and come back. It's purely being run in English, and we really do appreciate the partners who've made this particular initiative possible. And those partners are going to be highlighted real soon as we carry on. And we're sorry about translation, but this is just purely going to be running in English. We'll try and see how we can incorporate other languages in any summits that are going to come. And as I mentioned, I'm your MC. Terry is also going to be your MC, but we also want to hear from you. Let us know what you're doing around sports. How are you ensuring that we have future, like a healthy aspect around sports within the African continent? And as we say back here in East Africa, Karibu Sana, you're so much welcome. And let's call in the person who's made this convening possible. So I'm going to call out Collins Dundo. He's the Youth Initiative Development Program. And one thing you don't know about him, he's very humble, but the brain really works in mysterious ways. So his ideas and thoughts like hosting this is something I would have never thought about. I would say, okay, let's physically meet. But we've seen after COVID and a lot of pandemics and epidemic threats that we can actually have a virtual commitments. So Collins, also, he's a dad. He has a very cute daughter, by the way. Um, I'm not being biased, but she's very cute. Collins, over to you. Let us know why we're here and please give out your opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. At some point, I thought you were talking about somebody else, but I'm so glad for such a wonderful introduction. So this day, it's a remarkable day. We are coming together across globe, and I'm really grateful for taking your time and be part of this important conversation. So I'm not going to take much of the time. I'm only going to a bit congratulate and thank our partners and distinguished global leaders. I understand we have representatives from UNESCO, and then we have esteemed representatives from KMA and NACADA, ISAP, and we have other coaches, academies represented here, clubs, school teachers, universities, name it. I really thank you for taking your time and be part of this discussion. I'll just take a moment and take you through who we are. We are a non-profit organization which is registered in Kenya, based in Kenya. But our focus is on grassroots and Pan-African. And also we act as a catalyst and convener for systematic change. And I strongly believe through this we'll be able to network and try to find out more about the effects that our young people in athletes are really facing. And also we operate in different counties, but we are very active in Nairobi. So we look at it in we look at youth development in a unique way. We look at youth development. For a youth to deliver in a community, they need to be healthy. They need to be growing in a community that really understand the challenges that they are facing, a community that really builds foundation that will enable them thrive. So that's why we are here today. There is a lot that we've stated about us that I'm not going to delve into so much, but I will just want to at least give a brief of insight of the discussion that we've been having, because these conversations did not start a month ago or did not start yesterday. It's something, it is an engagement that we've been having. And over the past 3 years, we've been actively interacting with young people within at grassroots level and try to understand some of the challenges that they are facing. And we've done a couple of tournaments, and we've done a couple of community engagement. And our tournaments normally are themed kick off the ball for mental and physical well-being. And the ideally was to get to understand what are these challenges that are really affecting young people, because being an athlete while I was in primary school and secondary school, at some point I thought I would represent Kenya in a long jump event. I was a good sprinter at some point, but again I did not make it over certain minor injuries that I developed and certain a bit of health issues that I also faced. And that was not me. I know there are thousands of young people who are facing this across the nation. And I strongly believe we are going to have that today, and we are going to come up with the guidelines and come up with a strategy which will really make a young person's dream come true in Africa and across Africa. So just to give you an insight of the pre-sports wellness summit that we had last month, we managed to bring together over 200 people across the globe, and 30 countries were represented and spanning to 5 continents. And we had people from Uganda, we had people from the US, we had people from South Africa, Germany, Sierra Leone, and India. So the conversation, or the high level conversation that we brought together different experts from Cambridge and NACADA, and also UNESCO, UNFPA. We had a good conversation with grassroots sports academy representatives, mental health professionals, and frontline community development organization. So I'll just take you through a bit of some of the outcome and the findings that we managed to come up with during our conversation, looking at the topical areas that we delve into, from setting the stage, where we were looking at the sustainability of the sports, of the young sports clubs within the communities. We were looking at the navigating the maze. We were looking at dignity in play, and that really give us a lot of diagnosis. There are marvelous diagnoses which emerged during our engagement. And one of the things that came out, the crisis of systematic failure, that really came out so prominently. So I really want to, maybe if you need the report, comprehensive report that we've brought together, I'll share it with you for the interest of time, so that you can learn word by word. And I believe that you'll be able to collect one and two important things that will really be of help to you in your community, because sports is an area that really has enabled our young people. It's a safe space for our young people, and young people today in the community are plugged into our sports. That's really the real main reason why will be having this conversation today. Because of time, I'm not going to talk much, ladies and gentlemen. Just allow me to welcome our MC to take it on. But I would just like to applaud to our partners who have really made this day a success. You people, I really appreciate each and every effort and the resources that you've enabled to bring together so that we can have this important conversation. So thank you so much, and let's begin. Over to you, Lizzie.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And as I told you guys, he's very modest, but his brain really works in mysterious ways and it's very creative. And also a designer. I don't think he mentioned that, but his design work is really something that quite impresses me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we're also gender sensitive in what we do. Equality within the sports area is something that we do appreciate as the Youth Initiative Development Program. Now, the person I'm going to introduce next, last, I told you we're networking. So I've already kind of done a lot of background check and I've hit the LinkedIn connect button. So Nassim Kata, if you do not connect with me in the next 10 minutes, that means, I might have to call you out again later on. But one thing I liked about Nassim's LinkedIn account is this. I'm a passionate psychologist, mental health advocate, and the founder and CEO of HADS organization. That bringing in the human side before saying you're a CEO is something that I really appreciate, Nassim. But I was doing a little bit of digging while Collins was speaking, and Nassim has also been somebody who's outspoken around mental health. And that is something that we really do appreciate, especially within the sports sector. And Nassim has shown over and over again within her posts, especially on X and Insta, that you need to take care of your mental health, regardless of who you are. And it's okay not to be okay. So Nassim, being a CEO and letting people know that it's fine to have a time not to be okay, and that is also accepted. It would be good if you let us know how today is going to look like. So set the space. Apparently, you're going to be setting the space today with a keynote address. And I really appreciate the fact that it's somebody who also takes into account mental health of all individuals. And as Collins was saying, YIDP is organizing this in collaboration with the International Society of Substance Use Professionals, Kenya Medical Association, Triple I Foundation, and HAGS. So over to you, Nassim, on your setting, please came up. Thank you. Just double checking that Nassim is there.
Lizzie, it seems that we have dropped Nassim, so we might proceed. We might need to just proceed to the next available guest.
No worries. That is great. But do, ladies and gentlemen, do let her know that I really did sell her CV quite well before calling her out. So we might redo that later on. But let me hand it over to you, Terry, as you take us through the next segment of today's discussion. Over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Lizzie. And yes, you've done a good background check. I don't know if I match up to that, but it is amazing to pick up from where you left off. We're gonna move to Dr. Zul Merali. I had a privilege of meeting him, and I've met him once. I hope we do have chances to connect later at a recent session at the Aga Khan University. We did have a session on suicide prevention, and it was certainly a unique experience to connect, see what the youth get to go through. And one thing that came up a lot is that it is important for us to take care of our well-being, so whether physical, whether mentally, and find the gaps to bridge that space that has been inexistent for a while not. While Dr. Zul is not with us today, he has made sure that he has an amazing young lady representing him. And I'm saying young lady because, as you can see from the video, she's radiant, she's beautiful and shining. And I wouldn't want to take the spotlight. So Gloria Chemtai, she's an amazing manager at communications and stakeholder engagement at Brain and Mind Institute, and which is affiliated with Aga Khan University. So Gloria, over to you. A warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Teresa, for that wonderful introduction. And yes, I'm here today representing Professor Zone Morali. I'd have really loved to be here, but he had an engagement that he could not reschedule. Nevertheless, I do hope to do him justice with his presentation today. So if you would allow me, I will share my screen. Okay, great. Just give me a moment. Hope you all can see my screen. Awesome. So I think today's conversation is truly apt. And I truly thank YIDP for organizing such an amazing summit. And as introduced, yes, my name is Gloria, and I'm speaking on behalf of Professor Zon Morali. He is the founding director of the Brain and Mind Institute here at Aga Khan University. And so the talk for today and what he really wanted to speak about is the invisible mind, the invisible battle, the athlete's mind, pressure, and substance use. But first, I think it would be important to say what we do at the Brain and Mind Institute. And our work focuses on strengthening mental and brain health systems through research, education, and innovation. And we're always guided by the principle of moving from neuron to neighborhood. And what that simply means is we focus on the science of the brain, yes, but also how that science improves lives in communities. Very passionate about communities and passionate about organizations like YIDP. And across East Africa and South and Central Asia, what we try to do is to understand the mind. Really, basically, how does the mind respond to pressure? How does it break? And then how does it heal? And how our environment and biology shapes behavior. And so when we speak about athletes and sportsmen and women today, it comes from that lens. It's a lens of the human brain under pressure. And I ask myself, what makes a champion? Is it the muscle or the mindset? And what happens when that mindset begins to crack? And that's really the essence of our talk today. So we maybe start by talking about the invisible battle. So athletes look strong. They really, they look composed. When we look at our sports champions, our athletes, when Eliud Kipchoge is there, is about to start the marathon, you see his form, you see the psyche that he has. They are strong. But many of them carry invisible battles that no one sees. And sports have always celebrated that physical strength. It's the speed, it's the strong lungs, it's endurance, it's the steady hearts. But I think the most powerful organ in performance is one where we rarely talk about. It's the mind. And Kenyan athletes, African athletes, it's athletes the world over. They live under a type of pressure that it doesn't always make it into the headlines. It's that pressure to win, yes. But also there's that pressure to lift families out of poverty. We know it. It's that pressure to maintain the scholarships, to please the sponsors, to represent entire communities. So one mistake on the field, for them, it doesn't feel like a mistake. For them, it's like letting down an entire support system. And so that creates a type of emotional weight that can't be stretched or massaged away. And it's that emotional weight that we rarely acknowledge. But it shapes everything. Yeah, it shapes how athletes train, how they cope, and just how they think about themselves. And so then if we're talking about core determinants of pressure, what are those? So there's the external, and then there is the internal. So, and pressure is not abstract. It is very clear. It has clear determinants. Some, yes, as we say, external and internal. And so you're talking about the national expectations. When our football team goes out there, we expect them to win. So when they come back and they have not won, we sometimes don't forgive them. When one marathoner who is truly amazing goes and does not win, we don't forgive. And then there's also that media scrutiny. The media just wants to know, what are they doing? Who are they with? How are they doing? It's a lot of questions. The media does not just let you be as a sports person. And then there's also the harsh training environments, inadequate recovery or rehabilitation, the inconsistent support system. So 1 minute you have a psychologist in the team, a nutritionist, etc. The next minute they don't exist. Budget cuts and other short stories. And there's also that economic survival that's tied to performance, that if I don't show up, I'm not going to get paid. And then there's the internal. And these are especially dangerous because they are often hidden. They're often hidden to psychological abuse that sometimes is disguised as staff coaching, sexual abuse. We've heard of our sportswomen, and it remains underreported among girls and women especially. And there's a fear-based motivation where athletes are pushed through shame or threats. If you don't show up, you're out of the team. And the self-pressure, perfectionism, the fear of failure or fear of losing opportunities. And these internal pressures are, I think, among the strongest predictors of mental ill health, whether it's anxiety, depression, burnout, substance misuse starts there. And so when the body is strong, but then the athlete's internal world is unstable, then the risk of harmful coping definitely increases dramatically. But then, when we talk about sport, sport is not the enemy. In fact, sport is one of the most powerful tools we have for community building, teamwork, resilience, belonging. It brings people together across tribes, across income levels, across national borders. When our athletes are winning out there we are there, we're celebrating, we're cheering. It brings on such a sense of belonging. It's patriotism, actually. It builds our identity. So they're extraordinary models showing what sport can be at its best. And a good example is what this summit is about and what the white IDP is doing. But another example is also another grassroots organization called Football Mass, and they use football to strengthen mental well-being, emotional skills, and social connection among young people. And it shows us that sport can heal. Not just, it's not just about performance, it actually brings healing. And so our challenge is to ensure then that the positive side of sport outweighs the harmful pressures that athletes face. But moving along, I think it's very important to talk about pressure in sports. And what are those pressures, you might ask? So many Kenyan and African athletes, and I think the world over really, they train in environments sometimes that don't have enough mental health support. Because without full rehabilitation after injuries, and often without the nutrition or recovery systems that elite sport requires. So they push through. They push through with the pain, the emotional strain, and they push because the alternative feels worse. And so for a young footballer in Mathare United or a university sprinter trying to earn a scholarship, for them, taking a break could mean losing a place on the team or losing future, an entire future. So that pressure just becomes a lifestyle for them. But it then starts to shape the brain itself. So their sleep becomes inconsistent, stress hormones, they stay high. Decision making becomes erratic, it becomes reactive. Their emotions become harder to regulate. And that is a perfect storm for anxiety, for burnout, and eventually for shortcuts. And so this is where substance use begins. And for them, they use it as coping. So they're not really defined. It's really coping at that particular point in time. And if we talk about where substance use begins, so it usually starts very quietly, right? So it's usually a painkiller to get through training, to manage that pain after an injury. And then it's an energy booster to stay alert and sometimes to help sleep after a stressful game. So a stressful game, you're not able to sleep. You get something to help you along. And At least here in Kenya, we can say painkillers are widely available. Even the ones that require prescription, a pharmacy or a chemist somewhere will sell it to you. Energy drinks with those, stimulant level caffeine, they are marketed to young athletes, targeted at them. Gym supplements, many unregulated, and you see, they promise performance gains. So, gonna buy it. And so when you combine that, you combine the pressure, there's a silence, and then easy access. That is a path from coping to dependence. And then it's very short. That path is very short. And so in our culture, we're talking about fear or stress is seen as weakness. If a male athlete with muscles comes and they tell you they're struggling with their mental health, you look at them first and wonder, why are you struggling? Because we've normalized not having conversations about mental health. So when athletes don't feel safe to vent, what do? They'll find other ways to cope. And the body is it's very interesting, yeah? It remembers everything. So even the things that athletes believe they can burn it off, you can, I'll run it off, I'll go to the gym. But repeated substance use, it's alcohol, it's a stimulants, it's a painkillers, it increases the long-term risk of not just mental ill health, but other comorbidities. So you'd find heart disease, high blood pressure, it's liver problems, it's diabetes, it's depression, it's early cognitive decline. And we've seen that in our athletes. And here's a part that we most often forget, that most athletes retire young. So, but the effects of today's habits follow them for the next 40 years of their life. And so this is how a short sports career can set the stage for a lifetime of preventable health problems. And it's why I think understanding this invisible battle is very critical. And as we near the end of our presentation, it's very important then to ask ourselves, what should we do? And athletes definitely need an environment that understands the real pressures they face, both physical and mental. So that, this that we call shifts. So what do we need to shift? So shift one would be to treat emotional strain as normal. So if a player sprains an ankle, we run to rescue them, yeah? We run to them very fast, actually. So no one shames them at that point. But if a player feels overwhelmed or hopeless, the response should be just as support. We should run to them. And when stress becomes something that athletes can talk about, they are far less likely to cope in secret. And a second shift that is very important and very critical is to start conversations early, before a crisis. So simple questions can change everything. When they're coming into the field, maybe 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late, instead of shouting at them, hey, where have you been? Yeah, sometimes it's important to just ask, how are you holding up? What has been heavy this week? What do you need right now? Very important question to ask. You don't need to be a psychologist at this point. You don't need to be a psychologist to notice when someone is struggling. You would know. And early conversations prevent late stage crisis, because when you know that they are struggling, you're able to point them to help. And a very important shift as well is to give athletes real alternatives that actually work. So it's practical support, access to counselors, and counselors who actually understand sport culture, because sport culture is different. So get them a psychologist and counselors that actually understand sport culture. There is healthy pain management that does not rely on pills. There's sleep and recovery guidance. Sleep is a whole topic. It is so important and so powerful for our sleep. So you can only imagine what it means to an athlete to have good sleep. And those are conversations that need to be had every single day. Peer support is very important. I don't even need to expound on that. There's honest information about substances. They are rampant. So we need to have honest conversations, and we need to stop moral judgment. And then, so all this means that athletes have viable ways to cope, and then they are less likely to choose harmful ones. And So when we look about we think about the future athlete, we often talk about building stronger athletes, but strength is not just muscle or endurance. It is strong athlete is someone whose mind is stable, whose coping strategies are healthy, and whose support system doesn't disappear after a bad performance. After a bad performance, we come back, we regroup, we rethink our strategies. We don't judge. And because for us, when you talk about mental health at the Brain and Mind Institute, we mean it, and we say when we invest in mental health, we are not just protecting careers. We talk about mental health in the workplace. When professional athletes are in the field, that's their workplace. So we have to protect those careers. We are protecting their futures. We are essentially protecting and saving lives. So it's very important for us to have these conversations about mental health. And so, in conclusion, I want to say we cheer athletes for what they do on the field. So, but we rarely see what they fight through when the crowds have gone home. So we don't see the pressure. We don't see the fear of losing form, or those habits that they built in silence. And if we understand these invisible battles, then we can help athletes to win the battles inside. And I want to leave us with one challenge. One challenge. Let us be the generation that normalizes conversations about pressure and mental health in sports. Such forums, such summits are starting point, and that is why these conversations are so important. Let us be the people that protect athletes from turning to harmful coping strategies. And let us build systems where reaching out for help is a sign of strength. And we invest in early prevention. Prevention is always better than cure. So young athletes can thrive. And then lastly, I think I want to say this. If sports shape our youth, then our care for their mental well-being must shape our sports. I think I want to repeat that again. If sports shape our youth, then our care for their mental well-being must shape our sports, must shape the systems that we have put in place for sports. And this summit is a starting line. This summit is continuing conversations. And so let's make sure that the work continues long after today. And I think as I end this, I definitely must thank the Youth Initiative Development Program. This is a very timely and visionary initiative. And thank you so much for inviting the Brain and Mind Institute to be part of it. Thank you for considering Professor Zumarali. He's very passionate about your organization and he sends his best regards. And for today, I truly hope that we have amazing conversations, and I hope that every one of us as participants go out with tangible output, something that we can go out to change in our communities. And with that, I want to say asante sana, and over to you, Teresa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gloria. That was certainly amazing. And for those that are currently joining us, Dr. Gloria is just finishing up a session on the state of the athlete's mind, linking mental health, substance abuse, and future NCD risk. And we can all agree that we certainly need to continue putting in place mechanisms and systems to make sure that our athletes are doing better and they are at their best state every single day, so that from the training all the way to now the participations and the competitions, and even after, they are able to go there with a clear mind and have a healthy support system. I'm going to hand it over to Lizzie. And before I do, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat box so that we can have a chance to make sure that we pass to our speakers so that we can get to hear more. And also, don't forget to keep introducing yourself, leave your emails, your LinkedIn, so that we can connect there. And as Lizzie said before, you have 10 seconds to connect with us on LinkedIn. If you don't, we are coming for you. Over to you, Lizzie.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Gloria. I mean, honestly, I could not, I'm already speechless, and that was such a warm presentation. I didn't know PowerPoints could actually speak to the heart until today. So thank you, Gloria, for that. And Gloria, just FYI, I have two medals. I have to keep reiterating this so that people know I already have two medals. Terry doesn't have one. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying it's one Lizzie, zero Terry. But you know what? It's still a long day. We just started off. And what I'm super excited about is how the flow of things is going, because our next speaker is not only a minimal invasive nurse. I can actually read her CV without reading it because I've worked with Mary for the last five, I think 6 years now. And one thing I like about Mary is the fact that she's a retired nurse, but when I knew her, she was still in scrubs. And I kept on asking, Mary, you are already retired. Why are you still going back to to the hospital setup, and why still practicing? Retirement literally means no more scrubs on you, and take a step back. But what I've learned with Mary is she's very passionate when it comes to health, especially human resource for health, and just health at a 360-degree. Talk about pandemic preparedness, financing, talk about mental health, the youth, you name it. So Mary is original. I'm giving you all the dates before she starts introducing herself. Originally from Nigeria, but she's based in the UK, a mother of two amazing boys, and the newest granny in town. So congratulations, Mary, for that. That automatically makes me the newest auntie in town. I'm just saying. But Mary is going to pick up the conversations as we go. So Mary, I know you're in the UK, so it's a little bit early for you, but for your particular keynotes that you're going to give us, we're looking at beyond medals, and I have my two. I just have to reiterate, and we're centering health equity in the soul of African sports. So, Mary, over to you. When we look at beyond medals, what does that look like? And your keynote is. Sorry,
Lizzie?
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know how I muted myself. I think the host decided to mute me.
Okay.
So sorry about that. But Mary, over to you in letting us know beyond medals. What does that actually look like?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. That was an amazing introduction. I don't need to add anything to it, Lizzie. Thank you. Talking about passion, it's 6 a.m. here in the UK. And as has said that she's known me for some time, she knows that myself, my sleep, my time, I don't joke. But when it comes to health equity, when it comes to the youth, when it comes to Africa, I'm out there. I'll sacrifice anything. Now, um, this Beyond Medal in sports is a vision that transcends competition, medals, and borders. It is on health equity and how it must be woven into the very soul of African sports. And as I go on my 10 minutes, excuse me, how did I come from 30 seconds to 7 minutes, 36 seconds? Okay, all right.
I used your beginning minutes introducing you. No, but don't worry, do not worry. It's all good.
Okay, all right. Anyway, I think I'll be okay. Right. As I share my brief presentation with you, this keynote speech, I want you to have a question at the back of your mind. And that is, with the inconsistencies and issues with enhanced drugs, how can we support our youth to be resilient, healthy, and successful athletes? When we think about Africa and sports, to us, they are not just games. They are cultural expressions, community gatherings, and symbols of resilience. That is from grassroots sports to professional, to national, to international. And whether it's football pitches in Lagos, running tracks in Nairobi, netball courts in Johannesburg, wrestling in Dakar, because some countries are well known for certain sports than the other, it embodies the spirit of unity and possibility. But beneath all of that is the inequity, is a great challenge for us, which is unequal access to healthcare, to wellness, to opportunities, and to finance, of course. Too often, especially in the community, they face barriers that limit their potential. From inadequate medical support to gender disparity, we must not overlook that. It's everywhere, but so much more so in sports. Lack of mental health resources. And Gloria that spoke before me put it together so succinctly that, it's easy to digest. Like Lizzie said, it's easy to retain the memory of it. And then nutrition and training facilities. With nutrition comes the myths and the truth. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago we were talking about AI and the youth? So with nutrition comes things that were read online, things that some athletes portray, and things that are available and the truth. Let me digress a bit and encourage us to make use of our organic, very present, nutritious things that are around us and move away from things that are taken from us and packaged as the best. Okay? Why does health equity matter? It means that every athlete, every child, every community member has the same chance to thrive, which is our aim actually, regardless of gender, geography, or socioeconomic background. Equal access to medical care for athletes at all levels. Gender-responsive health system that prioritize women and girls in sports, including femtech innovations for reproductive health. Because look at it this way. If a teenager, for instance, is in her periods and she hasn't got either the education or the resources to come to the field that day, as Gloria has said, it's an hindrance to them. And for somebody who's not coming from a place of understanding, the initial reaction may make all the difference to them thriving, living, being discouraged, doing all sorts of, so that cannot happen again, listening to, peer pressure saying, oh, no, that doesn't have to happen to you the next time. If you do this and do that, you get money to get your sanitary pads and things like that. So we need to be mindful of all of these things, because the mental health supports recognize the pressure athletes face. We must, be mindful of that. Community health integration is very important because it can be a platform for public education and wellness. We can, incorporate that into what we do. When we center health equity, we are not protecting athletes, we are investing in the future of African society. Now, there's the issue of partnership. Collaboration between government, NGOs, and private investors can channel blended finance and sports medicine, infrastructure, and community health programs. When I was talking to Collins yesterday, I was sharing with him, incidentally, one of the national platforms that wants to partner with us. And in that time, I was introduced to a philanthropist, but he's a businessman, right? He's made this money somewhere. Actually, we have two in our network now, as Lizzie will know. But this one, I was just newly introduced to him. He's been in sports, now he's in business sports. So it's important to look at these kind of people, even if they are not going to support financially at the beginning. Learn from them because they are Africans and they are passionate about what goes on in Africa. So partnership, innovation is important as well. And education, we can use it from HIV awareness to mental destigmatization. It's well documented that different kinds of things goes on in sports for various reasons, right? And we cannot close our eyes to that, our mind to that. It's important to make it possible. Now, I've got a call to action, and that is to center health equity in the soul of African sports. We must build inclusive healthcare systems, the one that serves athletes and communities alike. It's like talking about healthcare professionals. I think it's what COVID that actually put us at the front line, that now puts us in the mind of policymakers as to the importance. So it's very vital to prioritize our athletes, especially our youth, right, in doing all of this. Elevate women's health and femtech as priority in sports innovation. Commit to government and accountability, ensuring transparency in how resources are allocated and impacts are measured. It's important to measure impact in real time. We always say we have problems with data in Africa. Sports can change that because it's not difficult. It's mind over matter. From how many people started, how many people dropped out, why did they drop out, what did we learn from last season, what can we incorporate into the next season, and then we quantify it, we put it aside. It will even help in financing in future because you can go back and say, look, these are our challenges, and already you've come with an answer. You've even come with how much you need, even if it's not real money. It could be support, it could be exposure, it could be introduction, it could be this partnership that I spoke about, the 4 Ps that we have right now. And I've talked about that, investing in blended finance models. Right, so I'm going to close by saying that African sports are a heartbeat of our continent. They inspire hope, unity, and pride. But their true soul will only shine when every athlete, every child, and every community has equitable access to health and wellness. And that's why I commend what's happening today, Collins and the team and everyone on this call and all the speakers. And I think I've given 3 hours of my sleep. So if I doze off during the rest of the session, you forgive me. So let us commit today to make health equity not a side note, but the central rhythm of African sports. Because when equity is at the core, like, for us as any global head, equity is at the core, the core of what we do. The victories we celebrate on the field will echo far beyond the stadium. They'll stay longer, stronger, healthier, and we have a more just societies. So I hope, with this 10 minutes, 8 minutes actually, I've been able to get my message across. I promise to stay on the call for a bit more if there's any contributions or questions, I'm here. Thank you very much again for having me. Thanks, Liz, Collins, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate Zenith Global Health for always being a partner of the work that we do. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to take advantage. As I mentioned, the Youth Initiative Development Program is big when it comes to networking. And before I hand it over to Terry, I mean, Mary, I really do appreciate how you concluded the issue of data. And with sports, it's real time. You can see, you can record. And this is not something that has to go through a system that's owned by another donor, etc. You know how it is. So I've also seen the comments. And the beauty is we also have psychologists, psychiatrists, we have private sector in the room, medical doctors. Please take advantage because I've seen the psychologist actually. I might have to ping you later and just have a little bit of a few questions. I don't feel quite myself today, but I think I just need a cup of coffee for my system to kind of wake up. But we've also acknowledged Frederick Okabi, the question you've put in. And it's going to be addressed. We're going to have a section for that where, you know what, we want you to also kind of come in and ask your questions. But ladies and gentlemen, because we just had a very, emotional session around mental health, I would kindly ask you to send a text right now to somebody and just ask how they're doing. You might think it's just a text. It doesn't cost much, but asking somebody how they're doing, we've heard of stories where it's helped other people not commit suicide just because that text got in at the right time. And we do know our athletes are also human beings. And the way Gloria put it, we do judge when they fail. And I remember there's one of our prominent athletes, when he was doing his marathon and he didn't make the cut, we were so judgmental. I was one of those people saying, oh my God, maybe he's getting old. It's time for him to, kind of take a back break, let the other young people do it. But he came back stronger and he won. So Terry, over to you. I could talk forever and ever, but let me hand it over to you for the next session. But let's also keep in touch over the chat and do leave your contacts behind. Mary, it will be good to also leave your contacts behind. Frederick, I've seen you're open to a football partnership. Please leave your contacts behind. Over to you, Terry.
Thank you so much, Lizzie, and thank you, Mary, for the presentation on Just Beyond Medals, centering health equity in the soul of African sports. So we're going to move into the same discussion at different sub context, which is now the other performance enhancer. We have looked, and our previous speaker has mentioned a little bit on substance abuse, and we're going to delve deep into that. We want to understand why our athletes turn to illicit substances and how we can intervene. And for this special and amazing woman, certainly she holds a lot of qualifications more than I am qualified, and allow me to introduce her today, Dr. Yvonne Orlando. And what is exciting about Dr. Yvonne is that she works with the government. I think at a lot of times we are not in spaces with government representatives, but now that we do have one, and what is even amazing is that she's in the National Youth Council of Kenya. So it is a very important council, and I'm sure that we have other representatives across the globe from other ministries, and it will be amazing to hear what she has to say on today. And you can certainly connect with her on LinkedIn. She's an experienced administrator, trainer, and addiction treatment specialist. So I am going to not spoil the gist of her work and the scoop of her experience, and let her introduce herself. Dr. Yvonne, over to you.
Thank you so much, Teresa, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. And thank you, Mary, for even agreeing to be woken up this early. Allow me to appreciate the other presenters, as Gloria already set the pace, so that means my work will be very easy. Allow me to share my screen just for the few minutes. Okay, as I've been introduced, Dr. Yvonne Orlando. I'm the director in charge of public education and advocacy. And I like the way Lizzie keeps saying the aspect of networking. So we love networks because in advocacy, you cannot do this alone. With public education, you can't do it alone. We need to be able to work with each other. As was rightly put, I work for the government and under NACADA, which is the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Now, this is a state corporation under the Ministry of Interior. The mandate of NACADA is to coordinate a multi-sectoral public campaign. So you realize you're coming back to the public. You're saying you're not doing this alone. We have to do it with everybody else who works in this field. We do this through key thematic areas. We have the public education and advocacy. We have the standards and licensing. And here we've set standards for manufacturers of alcohol. We set standards for running of treatment facilities, the rehabilitation centers. We have compliance and enforcement. So you will find you'll be hearing us on the radios and on social medias and on TVs, where together with the other agencies, we do raids in outlets who are selling illicit substances. The idea is to protect Kenyans. And we also have a mandate on research and policy development in the area of alcohol and drug abuse. Jumping straight into my task for the day, I've just tried to look at some of the doping cases that you've had. Now, internationally, I'm sure you've heard of Maria Sharapova, was a big name in tennis, and she was also banned for doping. And it's painful because she said that she was unaware that the substance she was taking was not in the was part of the World Anti-Doping Agency's banned list. We have Diego Maradona. I mean, this was a powerful footballer who ended up even having people worshiping him. But on his side, again, he ended up doping because the substance he was using for losing weight to help him speed up metabolism was part of the WADA list. We had Lance Armstrong for the Tour de France, was using testosterone and human growth hormones. again, hoping that it would help his system improve recovery time and also the amount of energy stored in his system. In cricket, we had Shane Warne, and for him, the medication he was using to treat hypertension, high blood pressure, and fluid retention was what was part of the doping drugs. Tyson Gay, the sprinter, used anabolic steroids. We had Anderson Silva, who was a powerful boxer, also used steroids. And in his case, he says, he blamed it because the drugs he was taking was for sexual enhancement drugs. And I'm sure when Gloria was sharing a presentation, she talks about the pressures. Could sexual issues be part of the pressures? Now let's look at our Kenyan situation, which is not very nice. If you look at it, it's even scary. So we're saying that globally, we actually are holding the third spot when it comes to the sport and track in doping cases. This is not a good report. Out of about 280 cases of Kenyans have been banned because of doping issues. The cases that are leading are for the sport and track, the one that we are known to be number one. Then we had the bodybuilding, and this is where the steroids come in very powerfully. And then we have our swimmers coming into third place in terms of the cases that are being found with doping. Why are the young people using these illicit substances? I'll not repeat because Gloria mentioned some of them. So we had the performance pressures, we had the fears of losing scholarships, injury, pain, and recovery challenges. And you've seen this, you don't want to be on the bench. Masaa inaenda, you're losing points. So the person pretends they're okay to get back on the track, and yet they just got a shot of something. Issues of body image, weight control. You're running, you're trying, the muscles are just refusing. So you decide, let me try something else to gain these muscles. Issues of peer pressure. Your age mates seem to be doing it very well, running very fast, and you want to be part of it. Some, it's lack of awareness. You see, Sharapova said she was unaware. So we have those who are using herbal boosters. You're told, Apana, this is kienyeji. We've been doing this since time immemorial. This is just a blood purifier. I mean, it is herbs. Are the components of that herbs banned? So that lack of awareness has caused some of our youths. Mental health challenges, issues of anxiety before performance, issues of depression, you have failed. Others are using drugs to be able to cope. Unfortunately, the drugs are falling as part of the WADA list. And of course, the aspect of ease of access. NACADA, as I mentioned, being part of government and being the leading stakeholder when it comes to issues of alcohol and drug abuse, we also have been privileged to participate in meetings for the ADAC, that is the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya. Now, in some of those meetings, our dopings that were shown up are the blood doping, the androgens, and this is where we're looking at increasing serum testosterone, the growth hormones and growth factors. You've seen that in the other athletes. Stimulants, the nutritional supplements that I've mentioned, these have also been found for Kenyans. Other drugs, using alcohol, cannabis, narcotics, and nicotine. Currently, nicotine is yet not banned by WADA, but the situation in Kenya is annoying because you might just be using your shisha thinking it's cannabis, but it is laced with heroin. It is laced with other drugs. So if you're an athlete using shisha, for example, thinking it is just nicotine, you might end up being banned for doping without knowing. We have the beta blockers and the prescription drugs. And in particular, we are looking at the masking agents. You're using a substance knowing very well you're doping, but you use something else to cover it so that it doesn't show. How we can intervene? One, we need supportive policies, not punitive policies. We said some of the reasons they're using is peer pressure. They're struggling. They want to excel. So as much as we don't want to encourage the doping, we need to be able to support them. We need to strengthen prevention education. And I'm happy my colleague Wendy will be coming up later to talk about this in the panel. Please log in, you'll hear more about prevention. And here we are pushing for age-appropriate, sport-specific. So not just random prevention. Can we target them to the population? We need to support our coaches and our parents. They need to know what they're looking out for and how to support the athletes. We need the coaches to stop giving mixed messages. You know, when the coach will be able to tell you, do whatever it takes to win. What are they telling you? Can I use the drugs to win? Because you just want me to win. We need to build supportive team cultures, you know, mentorship programs. Let the ones who did it and succeeded come back and share what they did, the strengths and the challenges. We need to improve injury management and the sports medicine. Is therapy accessible? Are mental health services accessible? We also need to enforce the anti-doping policies. In Kenya, we have them, but are they being implemented? We've had cases where it is the coaches who are helping the athletes dope. Sometimes the coaches doping the athletes without the athletes' knowledge. So we need to enforce these doping policies so that the person who is misleading the athlete is held accountable. And of course, we need to engage families and coaches. It was well said, the athletes need support. The families need to know how to support. We all go back to family, so we need our families to work with us and understand where we are stepping. From the government aspect, even as I come almost to a conclusion, the Anti-Doping Kenya has brought together several stakeholders at the table to support against doping in Kenya. So we have the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, National Olympics Committee of Kenya, Ministry of Education, Athletics Kenya, Kenya Defence Forces, National Police Service, Kenya Prison Service, Sports Journalists Association of Kenya, the Immigration Department, Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Director of Public Prosecution, National Intelligence Service, Ministry of Health, NACADA, among others. They are at the table because doping is not just doping. In some cases, people are using it. Is it a crime? Is it somebody taking advantage of somebody else's gift? Is it somebody taking advantage of our youth? So we need to protect our children and our youth. Now, we went for a retreat, and some of the resolutions that we came is one, setting up this multi-sectoral working committee. And the stakeholders I mentioned are part of it, so that the children are not left out, the adults are not left out, the journalists know what to cover, the health people know how to support. We also need to set up immediate stern actions for deterrence purposes as a short-term solution. They also needed to register coaches, agents, camps, and athletes. We needed to know who is the right person to be handling these athletes. Can anybody wake up and say, I am a coach? Can anybody wake up and say, I am an agent? And sometimes these pressures are because the agents have run away with the money. You went to Boston, got very many millions, come back home and you only have thousands. So we needed to protect these athletes. And that is where the registration is coming in. We're looking at intelligence-led investigations. Just apart from the few number of tests they're running, can those be scaled up so that when they're in practice, we can be able to catch if anybody is doping and protect the others and support the one that has been found with the case? The aspect of research by the Kenya National Crime Research Center and NACADA and other research agencies to better understand the doping situation in Kenya. Sensitization and education at the grassroots levels for the chiefs, for the healthcare workers, for teachers and other actors. We needed more officers seconded to ADEC. And these officers are coming from intelligence institutions. This is going to help us protect our youth. So we are saying our sports and our sportsmen, we know, these are like our tourists, they are serious resource earners for themselves and for the country. They are out there talking for Kenyans. They are out there talking for the youth. Can we protect them? Can we protect them by protecting their future? Thank you very much. I believe my time is now done. Thank you, and back to you, Teresa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yvonne. That was certainly a very amazing session. And from what we can pick up is that we need to work hard to reinforce all stakeholders in place, including the coaches from the grassroots level to the national level. They need to work together to make sure that our athletes are protected, and also to make sure that, they are aware of the various issues that can come with doping, and also to just make sure that also everything is tested properly so that it doesn't contain any elements that may jeopardize their careers and their personal development. So we are running out of time. We are a little behind our schedule, like 16 minutes. And I'm going to hand it to Lizzie. I don't know what magic she's going to use to make sure that we stay on track. And certainly looking forward to continue interaction with all of you. So keep using the chat box. Then over to you, Lizzie.
Perfect. I think for us to get back to, schedule, it will be good if we have the speakers also look at the chat function. I know there's a question, and this is definitely directed to Yvonne from Isaac Boniface. So it would be good if she could actually type her feedback on that. But it was just amazing, the statistics and how you can either dope whether you know, or you dope without knowing, thinking there's something you're doing, but apparently it's also illegal substance. So as we move on, we're looking at from awareness to action. And if you've been keeping track on the keynote speakers, there has been like a section and a segment, and we're trying to now open it up to the main agenda of today, of this particular discussion. And I told you, I like Googling people so that I can see what Gemini has in store for me. So Dr. Pamela Nkirote Kaituri is a counseling psychologist, and she does offer her services also offline. I know how at times we want to receive counseling, but we don't want to physically look at the counselor, right? Virtual options is good, but she also is into climate change adaptation, which is the key theme in 2025, and mental health. But she's also the president for the International Society of Substance Use Prevention Professionals, the Kenya chapter, and we're so excited because ISSUPP is also one of the partners, and we do appreciate their collaboration and support over the years. So I'm going to call out Dr. Pamela Nkirote just for her to use her 10 minutes to let us know, how do we move from awareness to action? Now we know, but what next? So over to you, Dr. Pam, if you're on the call.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you are joining this summit from. I'm truly honored on behalf of the International Society of Substance Use Prevention and Treatment Professionals to join this very important summit through Youth Initiative and Development. I will take this short period to just build on what has been spoken, just to challenge us to realize that really professionalism is key. ISAP is a global network of professionals in the substance or drug demand reduction, and we are a membership organization. So I speak in this summit to just encourage us on the note of from awareness to action. The role of substance use prevention is safeguarding our athletes. So I want to really say that it's a big honor to speak in this very important gathering once again that recognizes something very profound. Our athletes are not only a symbol of talent, but also carriers of hope, resilience, and national pride. And as they rise, our responsibility is to ensure they rise safely, sustainably, and with full support of all systems at all levels, so that then we can protect their well-being. I want to say that raising an athlete is a costly investment. It takes more than the athlete alone. It takes financial, emotional, social resources, to just mention a few. It takes family sacrifice, coaches, committed years of training, communities rallying behind to support this person, nations investing not only in the athlete, but the facilities that they use and the opportunities that exist. Losing an athlete to drug use carries even an heavier price. It is very costly. It results in shattered dreams, broken families, derailed careers, and a nation deprived of a future champion. And this is why, as ISAP, leading a prevention movement or association, we know that prevention is not an option. It is a critical safeguard for the dreams that we collectively nurture. So, looking at today's theme, from awareness to action, I want to speak to this powerful truth. As an association, we know and value investment in individuals' health and well-being, prevention of talents being nipped up by drug use. We understand the risk and the pressure that athletes face. The previous speakers have really put it very clearly that there is a lot of pressure on our athletes, both for coming from competitive stress, pain of management, performance expectations, the risks of injury, the influence of peers, and even commercial forces. You can imagine all this being put on an individual who is being looked at, and also with the expectations of their own. These pressures create vulnerabilities that can lead to misuse of substances, harmful coping mechanisms, and long-term consequences on their careers and their lives. I say this knowing very well that drug use steals what took years to build. Prevention protects what we cannot afford to lose. Prevention protects what we cannot afford to lose. In the era that we are in, we need to look at our athletes as a resource. We are now called to act, to be strategic, very deliberate, and purposeful in raising and supporting building a strong army of athletes, as continents, as nations, as families. As ISAP, we bring to this conversation one of our very strongest tools, the ISAP standards for professionals practice in drug demand reduction. This is our forte as global association, with 13 chapters in Africa and 39 in the world, to enhance practice, research, and policy. These standards help us to really have a structured way of ensuring that people are guided, athletes are guided, the coaches, the mentees, the professionals that are working with them, so that going forward, we need to shift from reactive responses to proactive protection, so that we don't wait for our athletes to get in substances. Then now we don't know what to do when they become dysfunctional. We need to create safe spaces where they can talk about mental health, the pain and the pressure without stigma. We need to strengthen early detection of risky behaviors before they derail a promising future. We need to align our sports medicine with prevention science, not shortcuts, not quick fixes. This is why moving forward, we need to move from awareness to action. Because how does action look like? We know that Africa it plays a very big role, significantly producing growing share of global competitive sports. And therefore, we need to say that with the telling statistics of what drugs are doing, we need to look forward. And as I close, I need to say that my call to action, we need to think resilient champions, knowing that they are not born, they are developed. We have to structure them, mentor them, protect them, and care for them. Let us integrate professional substance use prevention and mental health services into every sports program. Let us invest in training coaches and frontline personnel that are working with our athletes. Let us adopt our professional standards in supporting them, because at the end of the day, the goal is not only to produce winners on the field, it is to raise healthy, empowered, and resilient athletes that can win in life, not only in athletes. So as I close, I need to say, together, let us turn awareness into meaningful action. Let us safeguard the dream of our athletes. Let us partner together so that we can build a generation that is resilient, champions that will carry our flags high and live long to see the fruits of their labor. Let us work together in partnership to ensure that we build athletes or sports as a healthy profession, as a resource, and as well as a way of raising a people that can actually contribute to sustainable development of our economies. I really want to say that as ISAP, we are honored to be part of this very important summit, and we'll do all that we can to support. In Kenya, we have over 2,000 professionals that are available to serve you. So I ask that we may reach out to ISAP, that we may partner to build a strong workforce amongst the athletes. Thank you, and I look forward to gaining more from this session. And I know a lot of ISAP members are here. They have been mobilized and they are listening on, they are joining, they are speaking, and we thank you so very much. Wishing us all the best.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you very much for that. And I've taken notice of the fact that you're online and I can book appointments, virtual sessions, of course. Uh, Full disclosure, it has to be very, very private. Nobody needs to know, which I know is actually part of you being a doctor. But yes, thank you very much. What I like about being an MC, Terry, is the fact that a lot of moderation headache is not on us. It goes back to the actual moderator. And that's why we're going to move quickly, because of time, into the next session where we're having from pressure to crisis, building a support system for lifelong sports health. The beauty is I didn't have to do any background research because that also goes back to the moderator. I love my job as an MC. Terry, what about you? So that we can hand it over to Catherine real quick and take our coffee break.
I do agree with you, Liz. It's certainly nice that we don't need to do any background checks here, but we'll have Ms. Nkatha will have the pleasure of doing that for us. And before I introduce Ms. Nkatha, I'll just like to recognize the presence of the Ministry of Youth, Creative Economy and Sports Kenya. Their representative, Georgine Ayuyo, is in the house. So Georgine, please feel free to reintroduce yourself in the chat box so that anyone who wishes to connect with the Ministry of Youth can have a chance to connect with you. And certainly we are looking forward to a lot of interaction from you. And to Dr. Pamela, we are going to re-invite you, or Ms. Nkatha is going to re-invite you for this next session. So we are looking forward to hearing more from you. So Ms. Nkatha, over to you. Ms. Nkatha is an amazing, the one thing I picked before anything else is that she's a TV host. You know, when we were young, we used to see the beautiful ladies on TV and your parents would be like, you should really work hard so that we can see you on TV. So certainly she's our every African parent dream child or dream girl. So, Ms. Nkata, over to you.
Thank you very much, Lizzie and Terry. You have been able to carry us on very well, and it's just great hearing each and every of the speakers from the vision bearer to the keynote speakers, Yvonne Orlando, our good lady from the UK. I hope you're still online, and even Dr. Pamela, who has been able to share her keynote address. My name is Nkatha Mwenda, and I'm very glad to moderate this session because we've heard about the problem. Now we want to know the solutions. As introduced, I am a TV host. Yes, I did host a show called Divine Health on Testimony TV a few years back, and I recently transitioned to a YouTube channel called Silent Conversations with Miss Nkatha. By training, I'm a nutritionist. And in the last 3 years, I ventured into the space of substance use prevention and recovery support, mainly because of a lived experience. And I believe even as we go into this session, it may come up the aspect of lived experience. So because of time and because of the flow, this session we are calling Building a Support System for Lifelong Sports Health is able to bring together the key architects. We've already seen the people who have even spoken before us are those key pillars in the nation of Kenya and beyond who are shaping in the industry. And so in this particular panel, we have about 5 speakers who I will introduce, and they can be able to tell us who they are briefly. Then we can get into the panel. And I want to start with Dr. Pamela Kaithuru, who is the president of the International Society of Substance Use Prevention Professionals. She has just spoken and given her keynote speech. But Dr. Pamela, just tell us maybe something that you didn't mention in the previous session. But in 1 minute, just reintroduce yourself, because now we want to talk about solutions. 1 minute, and each panelist will introduce themselves for 1 minute, then we can get into the panel questions. Go ahead, Dr. Pamela.
Thank you, Ms. Nkatha. Thank you, everyone. I've been introduced before. Maybe what I can just say that has not been said. ISAB Kenya is a network of professionals in Kenya that are in drug demand reduction. We believe prevention is the best way, the best approach, but of course we cannot negate the aspect of treatment and recovery for those who are already in use. Besides leading this great team, we know that climate change is a very big contributor even to the well-being of our athletes. And that's an area that, being a meteorologist as well, I am keen in responding in climate action and how it then affects the athletes and how it affects the profession that we are in. So I'm here to be able to contribute what I can in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pamela. We look forward to you being in this panel. Our next panelist is a lady who we have experienced in the field of substance use prevention, and she's a senior public education and advocacy officer from NACADA. She is Miss Wendy Gaia, and before she introduces herself, it is just to acknowledge that Kenya is one of the few countries that has the government concerned, the government having systems in place. And we've been able to be beneficiaries of public campaigns from NACADA and beneficiaries from the grassroots to different levels, you know, even to the professionals and people in different fields. And so having Miss Wendy in this panel is a strong statement that the government of Kenya is also at the forefront of addressing the challenges that athletes and sports people experience with substance use and misuse. Introduce yourself, Miss Wendy, kindly.
Thank you very much, Nikata. My name is Wendy Daya by Nata, as is on the screen, and I work with Nakata. I'm currently based in the Kericho office. I am certified in prevention work, and that's really where my heart and passion is. I've been working in the area of drug abuse prevention for over 20 years, and I'm passionate about working with families, with schools, workplaces, and communities so that we can have a healthier society and bring up our children and youth in healthy environments. So I'm happy to be here.
Welcome, welcome, Wendy. Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Dr. Man, who is the CEO of Pro Sport Camp, and he is a senior coach. And we are talking about the sports people, and a coach of this panel is actually like a guardian who's on the ground with this athletes, those who are amateurs, professionals, and Dr. Kamanzi, I would really, if you give us an introduction of yourself briefly for 1 minute as we get into this session. Mr. David Kamanzi, are you with us? Okay, we'll proceed. Yes.
I was just gonna let you know that we need to move to the next speaker. Mr. Kamanzi has dropped off.
Okay, we are at Kenya Medical Association, and we are Dr. Kevin Bate, and we want to see what the ecological impacts of substance use are and linked to the non-communicable diseases. Introduce from KMA.
Yes,
Dr. Kevin.
I really hope you can hear me. My name is, as you said, Dr. Kevin Bate. I represent the Kenya Medical Association, and the Kenya Medical Association is an umbrella body for doctors and dentists. And what we do at the Kenya Medical Association is to champion for the wellness of doctors, dentists, and also the quality of healthcare. And yeah, besides that, on a day-to-day basis, I am an active leader in national and global medical associations, the Kenya Medical Association being one of them. I also volunteer at the World Medical Association Junior Doctors Network, the United Nations Office of Drug and Crime Young Doctors Network as well. And my core mandate really is to promote the health advocacy and support capacity building efforts that promote equitable health systems and strengthen professional development among the youth. So thank you for having me. I really hope to put perspective on the role of the doctor and what more the doctor can do to support our athletes, and possibly find ways where we can partner and yeah, improve the wellness of our athletes, especially or from the doctor's point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin. We're glad to have you in this panel, and we look forward to hearing from you. And finally, we have Mr. Keith Obiero, who's the sports programs lead of CFK Africa.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Keith Obiero. I represent CFK Africa. Safety Africa is a non-profit organization that, of course, strives to empower young people in slums by removing barriers. As a person, I'm passionate about community development. My academic background is in project management. I'm passionate about community development, and of course, I especially work in the space around livelihoods as well as sports. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to contributing to these conversations.
Welcome to this panel. I want to ask, the first question, and it will be to Dr. David, to Dr. Kevin, and we are saying you are a medical doctor, and we are saying if we put the medical lens on, we were to hear from the coach, but I know he will speak to us later. But from a perspective of a physician, what is actually happening in the athlete's body and his brain under chronic and managed stress? And how does this psychological state create a direct pathway to substance use as self-medication and crucially lay the groundwork for future risk to non-communicable diseases?
Yeah, thank you. From the doctor's point of view, actually, when you look at an athlete, you may want to think that it's just a normal person doing a normal run, or waking up every day and going for a normal practice. But there's so much what in medical terms we call physiological changes that are happening right from the heart all the way to the brain. And to put this into perspective, you can imagine someone who just, or probably, if someone scares you, not even an athlete, someone just scares you, the first reaction you'll have is probably just to wake up, rush, and maybe try and figure out something you can do to counter the scaring effect. So you can imagine this in an athlete who is always preparing, exercising, or preparing for the next activity they're going to do, be it running on the field or the tracks, going for a field, or going to play football. So what really happens is it puts the body in a constant state of stress. And what happens, the body tries to respond by producing hormones, and these hormones, I know we all know about the cortisol, a hormone that is a stress hormone that is produced by the body when you're put in so much physiological stress or in a state of stress. And these hormones, at the end of the day, they cumulatively maybe increase your blood pressure, increase your heart rate, and the cortisol hormones as well rise up. So over time, over a long period of time, it puts the body in a state of pressure and stress. So the effects may not be seen immediately, but over a long period of time, let's say 1 year, 10 years, the athlete may end up getting all these diseases like hypertension, and mood and disorders and stress-related disorders. But at the same time, when you look at cortisol on its own, cortisol is a stress hormone. On a normal basis, everyone actually produces cortisol, but over a long time, producing cortisol in high levels over a long period of time may cause the body to actually be resistant to what you call insulin. And at the end of the day, it may predispose this athlete to develop conditions like diabetes. So on that wavelength, the athlete may, at the end of the day, may be predisposed to chronic conditions like hypertension, like diabetes. Yeah. Over to you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for explaining it so well. So, you are a medical doctor, yes, and you have mentioned diabetes and hypertension, and you may have some experience or knowledge in nutrition. Athletes, sports people, in your perspective, those who you have encountered, are they eating well? because you've talked about stress and what it's doing to the body, to the brain. Then on top of a very their cycle is usually they're either training in competition, and then they have to take a period to recover. But nutritionally, what is your take from where you sit as a medical doctor and those that you have been able to meet? There are lots of deficiencies then that can also lead to altered moods, because nutritional deficiencies have also been linked to depression and anxiety. What's your take on that?
Yeah. So in terms of nutrition, unfortunately, most of our athletes don't really know exactly how to get a proper diet or a proper dietary plan. And at the end of the day, the athletes may just follow their usual diet they are well known to. Or the at least probably the ones who have privilege or maybe have been in the profession for long and have had the chance to maybe work with a professional nutritionist who can train them on the kind of diet they use. They can get the right advice. But most of the up and coming young athletes, or even not really athletes alone, even the footballers or any other forms of kinds of athletes, they don't really understand the kind of nutritional requirements that are needed in the body. And that's why you may find that they may end up taking too much carbohydrates or too much proteins because they think it's the right thing. But from a doctor's perspective, what you normally do actually is work as a multidisciplinary team and involve nutritionists, in as much as we may, as doctors, know the kind of the required nutritional requirements. It's normally good to have a nutritionist who can actually follow up and take the time to train you. Now, the problem with this uncontrolled dietary plan is that you may eventually end up consuming too much carbohydrates that may increase your cortisol, that may increase your cholesterol levels, predisposing you to some chronic conditions like the diabetes. One fun fact is that the easiest way for someone, for instance, that we may not know even as laymen, is that the easiest way to actually control your cholesterol levels is to actually do a balance of how much cholesterol you're taking and how much cholesterol you're removing from your body. But what the layman or what people think is that if you avoid certain food, or if you avoid, if you take certain kinds of food, it may lower it may actually make you lose your weight, which is not the case, because you may be eating a certain quantity of carbohydrates, which at the end of the day, you're consuming too much cholesterol. And there's the good cholesterol, there's the bad cholesterol, and that's where the problem comes in. And I think as doctors, we really need to play a key role in actually intentionally having a chat and talking to our athletes and explaining to them the role of these things, because at the end of the day, they will come back with these chronic conditions and these mental health conditions that we will also have to deal with them. And if we have time, we can actually discuss about this, because most doctors in the Kenyan context are not actually well trained on how to deal with the athletes. And it's very hard, because sometimes you may find some doctors may prescribe what they think is okay, but on the athlete's perspective is not actually correct, and may end up predisposing them to probably to what we call doping and the likes. Yeah, over to you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. That was very informative. And I believe what you have shared then brings in the emphasis that athletes then become, it's a concern in terms of public health. If we are able to intervene early, you are able to make sure that they are eating right, they are managing stress appropriately, then you find this athlete who we've always admired or think they're so strong, they also need their physical health and mental health checked. Our next question goes to Dr. Pamela from ISAP, and we would really like to hear your perspective. We know in the reports, we will hear of physiotherapists. People have the athletes, the sports people have physiotherapists who are taking care of their physical needs. You know, they'll have a sprain here, their muscles, you know, or cramping. But what about the mental aspect? And with the rising cases of substance use and misuse, and we are asking you, what are those competencies that a substance use professional would need to have to be able to address those matters that arise with people in the sports field?
Thank you, Ms. Kata. Thank you, delegates, for this opportunity once again. Yes, what we are just saying is that an athlete requires a complete health and wellness package, so that we are looking at all aspects of the person, spirit, soul, and body, because that is the entire human being. So as we look at the physical health, we also need to focus on their spiritual health, well-being, and their mental well-being, because at the end of the day, a complete holistic perspective of health will be able to help this person deliver, be productive, and achieve their expectations at the end of the day. So unfortunately, psychotherapy, psychological support has not been so emphasized. We know, especially in Africa, we know that mental health still has a lot of myths surrounding it. What is not understood oftentimes people come up with a lot of myths to try and explain, and at times it is ignored. Mental health is an upcoming aspect of health in the recent years that is very, very key. So even as we look at our sportsmen and sportswomen, we need to build a capacity of professionals that will support their mental well-being, so that then they can be, addressing all the aspects of health of a person, even as we know how WHO defines health. So what are these competencies? I know we have psychologists, we have psychiatrists, we have counselors, we have nutritionists, we have all these people who are working with the sportsmen, the coaches, the family level. The issue of mental health requires counselors and psychologists or other professionals that have trained, and I emphasize trained, in psychology. And not those trainings that one will go for 1 week and think that you can actually be able to offer counseling support. And as ISAP Kenya, or the International Society of Substance Use Prevention and Treatment Professionals, we have very good curriculum, universal prevention curriculum, universal treatment curriculum, universal recovery curriculum, that have modules that help us understand substance use prevention, substance use treatment, substance use recovery, so that from a point of understanding the science of substance use, we can be able to intervene, we can be able to support people. So even for those who have trained in general psychology, we won't like them, or I want to say that there is need for training in substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery, specialized courses, because that is how you'll be able to detect early, to offer support, to manage treatment, and also help this person not to relapse into substance use. As we know, it is a brain disease, alcoholism, use of substances that will lead to substance use disorders and or mental illnesses. And for us to handle them, we need experts. So these competencies are very key, and we need to be able to build them. And as professionals in this space, besides just attending classes, there is also what we call professional development. We need to be able to continuously build our capacity. New knowledge is emerging. New challenges are emerging. We need to keep pace with what is happening so that we can understand the drugs that are in use and what they are doing to the body. And then how can we be able even to detect and help our athletes, our families, our coaches to detect early so that our people can be supported. So it is important to know we have to build capacity, we have to keep pace, and of course, even those of us who are in psychology, who are counselors, who are supporting our athletes, we need to also do supervision. It can be overwhelming. We need to be supervised. We need to also handle our personal psychological issues. See our personal therapist so that we are a person who is complete, who is available to help. Knowledge share is very, very important. Today, we have sources of information, understanding, and I want to call us to visit the isap.net website, where you can get a lot of knowledge around substance use, so that you can understand, even at a personal level, at a family level, at a sports person's level, and the professions that are working with them, what are these areas that I need to strengthen so that I can be a better helper for our athletes? So I hope that has answered us and has created a desire to know more, to know that substance use prevention is not a generalized space of counseling. You have to be a specialist in that area of training.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pamela, for your input. Yes, there's an emphasis to have certified people who are professionals in this field so that they can be able to address the needs of the sports people. And the reason we ask that question is so that also the people who are watching, who are online from different parts of the world, can be able also to know what are these certifications, what are the competencies, so that even as you continue working with your teams, who do you bring on board, and you can be able to offer credible support to the team. Thank you so much, Dr. Pamela. We go on to Keith. Keith, my question to Keith is, Keith has deep experience in livelihoods and economic resilience projects, especially in informal settlements. And in these informal settlements and with the people that you're interacting with, when they get involved in sports and all that, it is usually about the money or the economic aspect. And there then becomes a lot of stress. So my question to you is, how do these socioeconomic pressures act as a driver to mental health and substance use challenges that we are discussing today? And what is effective, as sports people? How do you develop a model that is going to assist the athlete or the sports person, so that they're not just thinking of the money and driven by the economic aspect? To you, Keith, Mr. Keith. Mr. Keith from CFK Africa. Are you with us? Well, I will proceed to the next question to our next panelist as we are waiting.
Nkata, it is Mike that is not on. I wish he could put on his mic because I can see Kid Obiero. Kindly put on your mic.
Yes, sorry about that. I think I was trying to unmute, but my microphone, I think for whatever reason, was not doing that. Thank you, Ms. Nkata, for the question, and also for the opportunity by the organizers to for me to be able to contribute to this, of course, noble conversations. So I'll respond to this in two ways. Of course, I'll start with the socioeconomic pressure, of course, as a key driver, and then I will speak next on the effective and on what an effective sports for development model would look like. I think personally, the kind of work that I do, of course, and even with my organization, that is CFK Africa, is mostly focused on informal settlements, or what we normally call slums. And so, of course, with the context of sports and the pressures, especially the mental side of it and the pressures that come with it, I couldn't help but just think about the young people that we deal with, especially for our case in informal settlements, and also just understanding the context of these slums and how poverty is rampant, and the lack of resources and opportunities to be able to gain upward mobility. And so with these challenges, the pressure facing young athletes in informal settlements, it's not merely competitive. For a significant number of them, it is sometimes even existential. It acts as a powerful driver for mental health, distress, and substance use. So it is easy for young people to fall into, that is the athletes, especially in their formative years. It is easy for them to fall into the all or nothing trap. That is where, because young people come from environments where there is no employment, there are not many economic pathways. And so when you look at, for example, the rates of employment in these areas, it goes as high as 60% in the slums. And so with the widespread poverty, that makes sport something very valuable, and for others it is easily taken or even considered as the only pathway out. Personally, I can speak to this. I grew up also in an informal settlement, and I think I also fell into this trap where I thought that sports was the only way out of poverty. And the crushing pressure comes from the realization that, I was looking at the global numbers, and I was a bit worried, because just taking football alone, the probability of turning pro is 0.05%. And just to think about that is already very crazy, that only 0.05% get to turn pro. And what that means is that for the remaining 99 point something percent, they're likely to get to the age of 17, 18, 19, when the realization hits them that they are not going to turn pro. And this realization usually would lead to a sense of failure, hopelessness, and sometimes that can trigger the mental health challenges that we observe, especially in young people. I was also surprised when I came across this statistic that says that 60% of Kenyan youth report symptoms of mental health related issues that could be depression, could be anxiety, could be panic attacks. And so then the young people are in a bid to identify coping mechanisms. Sometimes end up identifying the negative ones, and those include substance abuse. Some of them resort to crime and violence, and these then, of course, are the long-term risk factors to non-communicable diseases as well. And so then they get to a cycle which, if not supported, they may not be able to come out of. Next, I will address the effective sports for development model. An effective sports for development model or a program, for me, must go beyond the field and has to integrate holistic support to address both the athlete's mind and the economic future. Such a program should be able to provide alternative pathways in case sports fail. Such alternative pathways would be like promoting education and even economic outcomes. Where I work at CFK Africa, we think about sports not as a means to an end, but more as a launch pad. We leverage the power of sports as an entry point, but our primary goal is to use the game to instill core values like respect, resilience, leadership, and teamwork. And these values become the essential non-cognitive skills that stay with the young athletes throughout their lives, regardless of their athletic success. Of course, we reach over 20,000 young people, and for them and for this community, we try to embed critical public health and social messaging. Against crime and substance abuse, and of course, mental health as well. So maybe the other bit I would like to mention is that as an organization that is CFK, we are not a single issue organization. And like I said, an effective program has to go beyond the field and also think about education and academic and economic outcomes. And so, like I said, we are not a single issue organization. We focus on more than sports alone. The young athletes in our sports program, as they grow older, they become eligible to participate in our other programs. We have a workforce development program that focuses on equipping young people with the digital literacy skills as well as hands-on skills. We also have education scholarship program, which provide opportunities. And so what essentially makes us effective is that we provide a wrap around services to remove barriers in all stages of life, so that the young person not only grows holistically, but also the young person also has alternative pathways in case sports does not work out. The other bit that I will mention in terms of a model that is effective is that it is important to incorporate participatory development. We of course believe that sustainability, equity, and community ownership are key to development of any program, and we believe that the solution should come from the community or from the people who are most affected, as they know their problems and so they're able to provide solutions. And so,
thank you, Keith.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes. Sorry to cut you short, but it is true that solutions, we need to hear from the community so that we can offer solutions that will be impactful to them. Thank you so much also for highlighting the model that we have to break the cycle, because if we are only focusing on what an athlete or a spokesperson can do, to what happens to their life when injury happens, what happens to their life when their term comes to an end, because I hear with even footballers, there's an age, they become too old, and so focusing on other areas like education becomes very helpful for them, so that they not only look at what the sports can do, but other things like you have mentioned in your development model. Thank you so much for sharing. And finally, I would like to invite Ms. Wendy. We've talked a lot about what is happening on ground, what the people in supporting the athletes are doing. We've talked about the mental, the physical health, and now earlier on when Dr. Yvonne was speaking, she emphasized on public education and the role that NACADA plays. So to you, we are asking, when you say that prevention is a shared responsibility, what is that about? And what are you doing as NACADA, and what can we do? People from different organizations, different sectors, from policy to implementation. Miss Wendy?
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen. It will be a quick one, cognizant of time. All right, I hope you can all be able to see that. So the question that I have is, as you've put about what would an effective partnership look like on the ground? Because my director, Dr. Yvonne, mentioned that this is an area where nobody can do by themselves. It requires multiple players, which is why even today in this summit, we've included so many different aspects. We have the doctors, the psychologists, and that's simply to say that prevention and addressing issues of drugs and wellness cannot be done by just one entity. And so I want to just touch on prevention that works, because there are things that we do that don't work. Yeah, and the bottom line is we need to do less of those as we move towards stopping them and do more of what has been proven to work. Yeah, and so when we talk about prevention that works, evidence and research shows that there are three things that we need to think about. That prevention needs to be multi-layered, it needs to be proactive, and it needs to be integrated. And when we are talking about multi-layered, we're saying something that I've had people mention here: education alone is not enough. We've talked about providing athletes, sportsmen with information, education on what kind of drugs there are, what do they do, their effects and things like that. My director pointed to athletes who didn't even know that what they were doing was actually not good for them, or that it was not allowed. So we're saying that people, and especially young people, need more than just information, more than education. They need skills, they need support, they need opportunities to make healthy choices. So we need to go beyond the message that drugs are bad for you. Drugs will cramp your sport. We need to go beyond that and equip them with the life skills. I've had so many people here mentioning resilience. How do we help them build their resilience? How do we provide access to mentoring? And it was mentioned that we can think about older, more experienced athletes or sports people mentoring the younger ones. So when we're talking about multi-layered, we're saying, can we go beyond education and also touch on skills? The second area that we're talking about is proactive. And when we say proactive, we mean that we need to address not just the individuals, but also the culture and the environment. And I'm so glad that somehow, as we are all talking here, we may not have met even before, but the messages we are saying are resonating and speaking to each other, because culture has been touched on by so many people. What are the policies we have on the ground with the teams, with the industry? What are the norms, and are the cultures healthy? Are they promoting holistic wellness, as was on the poll that we were being asked? Are they looking at issues of safeguarding? How well are we taking care of the physical as well as the mental health? Are we on paper looking good policy wise? But then in practice, that is becoming a culture, just like with the entertainment industry, that people in the sports industry are engaging in alcohol and drug use, whether on, before, or after, as part of the culture, the sports culture. So we need to be more proactive about what we are doing in terms of our culture and the environments. And then the other thing that we need to think about is we are best in early identification and support. How do we pick up on red flags before we have to bench a player, before we have to, end their career? How can we start picking up on these things? What's her name? Gloria mentioned that we need to have conversations early. Sometimes medicine, because of pain management and things like that, and we don't see, or we see and we figure, oh, they'll get over it. How can we start to spot things and only save the careers of these young people? But it means that we help prevent many years of consequences that they will have to face. Because like I think it was Mary who mentioned that sometimes, their careers can be short-lived, but then they're living or struggling with consequences from this many, many, many years later. Yeah, and so we're saying that the gold standard in prevention, that sweet spot, the gold right is when we make sure that layered, we are integrated, and we are being proactive. Only when these three align can we see real protection, real prevention. All right. And so what would be some of the things that we would expect to see in an effective partnership? Because everybody here has also been talking about partnership and how we work with different organizations. But some of those partnerships, to be truth be told, are not very effective. So how do we make sure that our partnerships are effective? One of the things is structure. What are we building? What system do we have? These systems are so crucial to success of any partnership. And when we are talking about this, we mean things need to be structured. We make a commitment, not just say here, yes, we are committed. Yes, we want to connect with you. Drop your contacts in the chat. Let's, how are we going to be able to move to a place where we say, so this is the clear picture. This is the framework that we want to work with. These are the roles. This is how we're going to coordinate. These are the people that you're going to deal with. This is how we're going to communicate. These are the focal persons, things like that. How do we make sure that we are scheduling reporting, we are sharing information, things like that. So we must be able to have that structured commitment as number one. Number two is about culture. And this I cannot overemphasize because almost everybody who has spoken has talked about what is the culture that we have in our organizations, especially those managing sports people. And this culture can trump policy. You could have something on paper, but the culture, if you don't help it to shift, you're not going to be able to see the benefits of all of that. What can our federations do so that we are making sure we are modeling from the top all the way to the bottom the kind of culture that we want to see? I've had people talk about the culture of nutrition, what our sports people are feeding. And even in the chat, someone is wondering, how do we handle issues of access to good nutrition? So culture is so important. We need to be a daily thing, not just once, let's have a lecture, tick a box that it has been done. What do we do every single day to ensure well-being is part of the everyday rhythm of our athletics and of sports? And finally, we have nurture. Nurture is about leadership, is about stewardship. What are we doing? Are we following through on the promises that we make? Are we ensuring that the policies we make on paper are followed every day? And how do we make sure that we are also measuring success? Because what is not measured, you can't really talk about whether you have achieved it or not. So where are we now? Even like as we talk about the poll, we've been asked, in the area in sports where you are, how would you say they are doing in terms of holistic wellness and safeguarding? If you answered good, what would be your reasons for that? How can we move it from good to great? What are those indicators that we can use to measure nutrition is improving, wellness is improving, mental health is improving, support is improving at all these levels? So we need to see leadership that is supportive, leadership that is investing resources. And truth be told, like Mary pointed out, resources are required for everything. We need the personnel, we need the money, we need the programs, we need to see training happening. And that has also been mentioned by several people. Even as we're talking about education, can we make sure that it's age appropriate and it's specific and culturally adequate for the people that we are serving? And so these three commitments can make a huge difference between moving us from declarations to actually real protection of our athletes. And Preacher Daka, who is a management specialist, says plans are only good intentions unless they immediately degenerate into hard work. So I'm hoping that even after this, we shall degenerate into hard work and bring our efforts together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for wow, those insights. In fact, it is a good summary to wind up this panel with, because we all have to, it's not just the education, we have to consider all those factors that arise and then work. Instead of reinventing the wheel or working in silos, we can be able to work well together. And so I really want to appreciate, from the beginning of this summit, everything that was spoken from Gloria, who is from the Aga Khan, and even representing Dr. Merali, to Mary Akagbe, to Dr. Yvonne Orlando, Dr. Pamela Kaithuru, Dr. Kevin, Mr. Keith, Miss Wendy, is emphasizing that it is important that solutions be systematic, be evidence-based, and working together can be able to create more impact, and ensuring that whatever solutions we are offering, also the community will benefit, that we've done our needs assessment, and that we are not just replicating programs that are working in other places. We are factoring in what people in various communities will embrace. And thank you so much. I give it back to you, Lizzie, to continue with the program. If there are any questions questions, let's have them in the box. We can in the messages, we can be able to address them as we progress.
Great, thank you very much, Nkata. That was quite intensive, and I wish we would have more time, but it's a full day summit. But thank you very much, speakers, for also giving your input on this particular topic. So we're looking at from pressure to crisis, building a support system for lifelong sports health. Now, we need a time out because I'm worried the doctors in the room will start pointing fingers. So we need to take a 2-minute break. Just get your clean fresh coffee mug, get your fresh water, just take a step back from the screen. And as I mentioned, it's all about mental health and all that. So we want you to be in your A game, but also send that text to somebody looking in and just checking to see whether they're okay. Because for us, mental health is crucial, and that's something that has clearly come out of the discussion as we deliberate on the next steps. Terry, are you still there? Oh, there you are. I was worried that I might have lost you. So then after that recharging section for 2 minutes, we're going to come back. And we have 2 presentations that will happen, and Terry will take us through those 2 presentations. So 2 minutes at 10:55 East African time. Terry, what do you think?
That is okay. So 2-minute break, and as you take a break, a lot of you have been asking where they can connect. There's the chat group link that has been shared. So please use that link to connect with the entire team on WhatsApp. If you're in that group, that is amazing. If you're not there yet, please use that link to connect. And I've seen that also Dr. Pamela has shared that there is resources available on the professional website. So you might want to check that out. It is called the International Society of Substance Use Prevention and the Treatment Professional websites for ISAPs. So look into that. You might be able to get useful resources in your journey and in your commitment to advancing wellness in all aspects. So also, if you have access to any other resources that are not yet shared here, we will really appreciate for you to provide the link so that all of us can connect there. So we have 1 minute left before we introduce our next session. So I am just gonna stop rambling for 30 seconds and then pick up.
Okay, perfect. 1 minute. She's eaten into your minute already. So 1 more minute, just breathe in, breathe out, get refreshed back, and we'll go there.
Michezo ni furaha, mchezo ni dawa. Kimbia na ndoto zako, usichoke wala kuwa. Mwili wako ni gari, akili ni ramani. Safari ya
Janshan.
Kimbia na ndoto zako, usichoke wala kuwa. Mwili wako ni gari, akili ni ramani. Safari ya maisha lazima iwe safi. Twende sasa, tusonge mbele. Nguvu zetu zishinde vikwazo. Fanya mabadiliko, leo ni siku yako. Jipe moyo, tembea kwa mwanga. Fanya mabadiliko, nguvu zako zinatosha.
And we're back, Terry. So I guess over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Lizzie. I hope everyone has had a chance to grab a water, a coffee, or a snack bar to make sure that you are alert for this next session. So we've heard about from the panel discussions, we've heard it from the panel, and we've also been able to get the keynote speaks. So we want to hear impactful stories, what has already been done. And from our poll that we have had, it is really concerning because now the question has been pretty simple, and what we get is that, just a moment, okay, perfect. All right. So what we get is that everyone, a huge percentage of you has answered that the conversation is just beginning, but we lack formal structures and resources. It is also important for you to leave feedback on the polls that we are going to be having throughout this session so that we can be able to share with the stakeholders and everyone so that we make sure that we're putting together structures that are going to work. So that means we have done I don't want to diminish the efforts that we've put in, but I can say 10% of the work. So the 90% that is not yet done, how do we go about it? How do we move from conversation to now action? And we have the privilege of hearing from two amazing ladies of the work they have been doing. So I'm going to introduce them both at the same time. We won't have to reintroduce in between. So they are going to be taking us through the next 20 minutes. So each speaker is allocated 10 minutes, starting with Stacy, and then we're going to hear from Elizabeth. So Stacy, over to you.
Thank you, Teresia. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to have you here on board. I'm happy that you are advancing on the conversation on this conversation
we need to move from conversation to action. We as YDP, we are happy to be the people who are here. We are here to build resilience, to change. We have a strategy that is called the mind ball. The mind ball strategy is something that we are using in sports to advocate for mental health wellness among youths. The mind ball has the mental health being part of it, the digital safety, climate action, NCD awareness, physical activity. And as you can see, it's a very colorful ball having a color white, color blue, green, and orange. So this is what we use on ground to advocate for mental health, especially among the youth. So going on who we are as NYIDP, the first thing we advocate is for mental health, digital safety, how much time, the time we use in the digital, the climate, how climate action affects us as young men. So the digital ball helps us to understand ourselves. This is a silent crisis. It is silent, yes, it's very loud, and that is why we are here as this summit to admit this. It's a syndemic. It's not even a pandemic, but it's a syndemic that is facing Kenya youths. Today, youth in Kenya face interconnected crises where health and social challenges interact and worsen one another. We have 10.8 million youths. We have 10.8 million youths. Out of 1 in 4, out of 4, 1 will suffer from mental health condition with their lifetime, with 75% of cases being before the age of 24. 39% of all deaths in Kenya are caused by NCDs, risk factors like inactivity and poor nutrition established in adolescence. This one is triggered by a high number of cases of depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. 11.9% of the youth are unemployed, fueling economic precarity and stress for a generation facing uncertain future. So 1 in 4 Kenyans will suffer from a mental health condition in their lifetime, beginning with 75. So with 75% of cases beginning before the age of 24. This has led to rising cases of suicide, which is the second leading global cause of death among youth aged 15 to 29 years old globally. And with over 90% of the youth penetration in Kenya, we know now every youth wants to associate themselves with the internet. And this has exposed them to cyberbullying and misinformation. Simultaneously, eco-anxiety is growing, and it's an addressed stressor for the generation that is facing climate uncertainty. And then there's a cycle of adversity. In the informal settlements and rural communities we serve, these crises are magnified by specific set of environmental stressors like drought or even floods. Like we've recently seen a high number of the flood cases in Naivasha. So what are the solutions? The solution is that the sport with a wellness framework, because sport cannot work itself, cannot stand alone without a wellness framework. So we as YDP, we have transformed the sports field into a safe space for learning, healing, and growth. So we have our evidence-based model that incorporates the sport and wellness framework to leverage sport for development. For us, we don't take sport as a sport, but we take sports as an agent of development. And we have principles to integrate critical health literacy and psychosocial support into the games young people already love. So we have our flagship initiative, which we are so much proud to present to you, the Mind Ball. Is our field-tested and proven application of this framework that is deeply rooted in the Kenyan community context. So why the Mind Ball? We face a systemic gap, not a knowledge gap, whereby we have formal health systems which are clinically based, and we have youth community spaces where they use the sports, fields, and schools. What causes the gaps? We have siloed systems. Siloed systems in that mental and physical health are treated in separate clinics, and by different policies, we tend to ignore their deep interconnection. And then there's it fails to engage because of the top-down lecture-built health talks in formal settings, often failing to resonate with the youth culture and the not basic practical skills, where we do a lot of talking. That's why we're saying that we want to move from conversation to action. And then there's lack of trust and cultural relevance, where formal institutions can be intimidating. Interventions lack cultural nuisance and overcome stigma, particularly around mental health. Very few people, like in the sports culture, there are things that don't support mental health, or there are things that don't address mental health in the way that they need to be addressed. And that's why we are using sports, the mind ball specifically, to address this lack of trust and cultural relevance. And then we have a sustainable model. Most organizations dwell in short-term project-based interventions that they have no lasting capacity with the communities they aim to serve. It is always one-off, and after they have done, it is left there. So we have a 360 engagement model, which is a triangle of support. It's tripartite in nature. Here we don't just coach players, we build a complete ecosystem of support around them. So the stakeholders, we have the young players who are the core founders here. So how do we have them engaged? The thing is that here we have the play, the hurdle, and the grow, which are organized sessions. How do we conduct them? We conduct them through weekly structured posts and activities, guided wellness hurdles for life skills and experiential learning, and peer support. So our strategic goal is to equip and empower to directly build skills in mental resilience, emotional regulation, and physical health in a safe, trusted, and youth-friendly environment. Number two, we have the community coaches, who are the multipliers. These are the people who go outside. These are the people who are there to help us spread the word. That's why we're calling them the multipliers. They help us multiply. We have the train the trainer program. So in this train the trainer program, we train the coaches. We have intensive certification in the sport and the sport plus curriculum. So we have ongoing training in mentorships and safeguarding, and we have peer-to-peer support network. Our goal through this is to build sustainable capacity and transform local coaches into lasting community mentors and wellness advocates, ensuring that the program's long-term impact and quality is achieved. So we have the parent and guardians. They are the foundation, where also for them, they come to the place where we can, under the community at home engagement. So we have parent open days and community forums. These are court-led parent liaison meetings and accessible communication channels, e.g. WhatsApp, that we have opened, where we have open conversations with both the young players, the community, the parents, and the guardians. So our strategic goal for this is to reinforce and align, to build trust and align on our program's goals, and to create a supportive home environment that understands and reinforces the resilience skills learned on the field. So the YDP method, the play, the hurdle, and the grow. So number one, we have the play, where we start with the universal language of sport. Structured games and drills we have structured games and drills that build teamwork, physical fitness, and create a positive, engaging environment. Then we go to stage 2, which is the hurdle. So in here, it's a very unique intervention where it is guided by wellness hurdles, which are led by the trained coaches through our Train the Trainer program. These coaches use experiential learning to link on-field challenges. This is how can we manage frustrations, conflict resolution, communications, and we link them to real-life situations. And once we have done that, now we go to our stage 3, which is the grow. So where here we encourage our youths to grow, and the youth now can apply their newly acquired skills in emotional regulation, health literacy, and peer support to their daily lives, building resilience and fostering a community-wide support network. So what achievements have we made that are evidence-based? So our proven impact results from the Mindball pilot. We have our model delivers measurable life-changing results. Key statistics is 12-month pilot with $250 adolescents in Nairobi and Homa Bay. They were taken from 2 counties. So our achievement was 35% increase in validated scores for health literacy and NCD prevention program, especially for people living with SCDs. We saw a number of them saying that there was a decrease in the number of crises that they had. So number 2, we had 7% of the participants increased confidence in seeking help for mental health challenges, a key indicator of reduced stigma. And number 3, we have 85% of our 25 trained community coaches feel very confident delivering integrated wellness content, demonstrating successful capacity building. And there's one player who said, before I will just get angry, now we talk. The hurdle taught me to handle pressure in the game at home and at my family. This is from Joseph, a 15-year-old participant from Jiru. So our DNA, we are embedded in community, community embedded by design. Approach is also strategic advantage. So we have our principles, which are the 4 principles. Number 1, we have youth-centered co-design. Youth people are not only beneficiaries, they are architects. Our curriculum and activities are designed with them ensuring relevance and ownership. Number 2, we have inclusivity and gender transformation. We intentionally create safe, girl-friendly safe spaces and use sports to challenge harmful gender norms and empower young women as leaders. Number 3, we have community-embedded sustainability. Our Train the Trainer model builds the capacity of local teachers, community coaches, and youth leaders to become lasting mentors, ensuring our impact endures long after a project cycle ends. So we have our vision, which is a blueprint for a resilient generation. From a proven model to a national movement. That is what is our vision. So we have our 5-year goal plan. We started in 2024 up to 2021. So number 1 is expand and reach. We aspire to grow our footprint to 5 new vulnerability counties, reaching 10,000 adolescents directly and 50,000 indirectly through community campaigns. Number 2 is empower the frontline. We want to certify 200 new community coaches and teachers in the sport and wellness framework, build a sustainable local workforce. Number 3, evidence our impact, where we need to establish a robust research and learning agenda in partnership with leading universities to validate our model effectiveness and inform national best practices. Number 4, we also need to integrate the system, embed the sport framework directly into school curricula and coach training programs by establishing formal partnerships with the Ministry of Education and other national sports federations. So, and our policy number 5 is to advocate policy, where we want to use a compelling data institutional partnerships to successfully advocate for the integration of our framework, international youth, and education policies.
All right, thank you so much, Stacy. That has been a wonderful insight into the work that YIDP has been doing. And to just make sure that all of you understand the amazing job that YIDP has done and the amazing role they have been playing, I will call upon on the CEO, Mr. Collins, to just summarize that in 1 minute. And after he's done, he's gonna invite Elizabeth, Miss Elizabeth, to come up next. Collins, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Terry. And I'll just take a minute or two just to put some emphasis on our mindful model. Like I normally say, if you want to resonate with the youth, always use what they love. And most of the trainings for mental health and some other health-related issues, you may find there is a very big gap within the sports sector. And you find the coaches who are working with young people are not equipped with necessary knowledge that they can use at least to be able to train these young people as they grow their talent. They should also know the mechanism that they can use to curb a bit of the stresses that they are facing at their home that are contributed by gender-based violence. And the mindful model also, we use it as, we call it as a way on which young people can unplug, because we have a lot of young people glued their eyes on their screens, and the best platforms that entities and institutions together with parents can help these young people cope is by plugging them into an entity that will be able to be empowered, whereby they'll be able to be trained in line with their talent. But again, the coaches that are using or are training them, they have necessary knowledge that they can use to be able to instill. So we have 10 minutes, 40 minutes, 10 minutes rule, whereby a young person will come in the morning, they have a conversation with the coaches. Coaches should be able to identify the stressors, the cases, but they are not able to cure, because that we put it so clear in our model. They are able to identify a case. Then we have the referral mechanism that they use, whereby they can refer these young people, but through the consent from their parents, because they really need to work together with the parents so that they get the necessary help that they need. So this model is workable. By the way, we were selected in the COP last time. That was the compendium that was launched by the MHPSS Collaborative. It was launched in New York, and this new model was found to be something that can be replicated and something that can be invested in. So thank you so much. We'll have more engagement to help people understand the model. So at this point, I will invite our MC Liz Otae, but Liz Otae will be able to invite our next speaker, who will be also demonstrating a new model which is working within the community. Thank you so much. Over to you, Liz.
Thank you. And I completely agree. If you need the attention of the youth, and I'm an auntie of 9 Gen Z, so I'm having a hard time trying to keep up with the slogans and the slang and everything. But ideally, you have to speak their language, and I aspect. So as we move on due to time, I'm going to call upon Elizabeth Scott, who's the Partnerships Program Manager, Grassroots Soccer, and we're going to look at the unseen opponent, all about neurodiversity, mental health, and building true resilience in youth sports. So Elizabeth, over to you to let us know, how do you even achieve this? Because it sounds like it's something so interesting, but how do we make it also that interesting to the youth? Over to you, Elizabeth. And we're namesake. So means like this is another score for me. So Liz to Terry is still at 1. So over to you, Elizabeth. I just want to make sure Elizabeth is on the call. Can the team just double check if she's on the call? Terry, any luck?
She is in the call, but
okay.
Elizabeth?
Maybe a technical glitch. This happens.
Okay.
This tends to happen.
Hi, Lizzie. Sorry. Yeah, I was trying to unmute and I was told it's only the host that will unmute me or allow me to unmute. So thank you for unmuting
It's
me.
called the little privileges of being a host.
Yes.
Yeah, the little
Yeah,
powers they exercise. But over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Liz Okoth. I work for Grassroots Soccer. I'll be talking more about grassroots soccer in a bit. I'm a public health specialist, and I'm also a partnerships program manager with the grassroots soccer. I'm a partnerships program manager with grassroots soccer and also the primary contact for Kenya. So I don't know if you can see my screen, or do you want to share for me from your end?
Yeah,
I shared it with
maybe you can put it.
Collins yesterday.
Yeah, it's we can see it. Maybe on presentation mode, then we can start.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I work for Grassroots Soccer's Partnerships Program Manager and the primary contact for GRS in Kenya. I'm very passionate about working with the young people, and I think it's because I'm a product of such youth empowerment initiatives, having started as a YWCA, what we used to call the and going through, this youth-led near peer kind of initiatives to a youth champion with the YWCA of Kenya and World YWCA. And I've been in this space empowering the young people. So I'll be co-presenting with a nice young lady called Antoinette. So Antoinette will be coming in later and will introduce herself. She's a psychologist with LVCT Health, who is our partner in Kenya, and also coordinates our program in Nairobi County. All right. So yeah, so I'll let me try and see if I can put it on full mode. Excuse me. Just a minute. Or Lizzie, do you mind sharing it from your side? Hello? Can you hear me?
Just a second, keep going. He's gonna be able to share as we proceed.
All right, so can I stop sharing so that you kindly share for me from your side? I'm trying to put it on full screen mode.
Yes, please.
All right, okay, so I'll stop sharing and then I'll kindly request that you share for me from your side. So we'll be talking about building mental resilience through grassroots soccer's mind skills. And I'll start by at least introducing whom grassroots soccer is. I know our partner that will be co-presenting with the LVCT is widely known in Kenya, and grassroots soccer is a new kid on the block. So grassroots soccer, we are an adolescent health organization, and we leverage the power of soccer to equip young people with life-saving health information, services, and mentorship that they need to live healthier lives. So we believe in power of partnerships, and apart from South Africa and Zambia, where we do direct implementation, in other countries we do identify, you could go to the slide 3, we do identify other partners, strategic partners, whom we work with to be able to roll out our skills adolescent mental health programs. So from 2002, when grassroots soccer was started in Zimbabwe with a team of professional now they are former, but then they were professional soccer players, one or two of whom were also medical doctors, and they used to engage the youth, bring them on board, mentor them on sports, and then they realized, hey, because that time 2002 again, when we talk about HIV management and care, it wasn't as as it is right now, and they realized they were losing some of the kids, they were losing some of the caregivers, and said, hey, we can do more with the kids than just football. And so we started as a HIV prevention organization, and we've since grown to a broader adolescent health organization. So since then, we've reached 25 million plus adolescents in more than 60 countries. We've worked with more than 85 partners and trained more than 23,000 youth mentors. They are near peer youth mentors. We call them coaches. And also we believe in evidence. So everything, anytime that we start an intervention, we start with a pilot, we try it, we evaluate, and we create evidence. So far we've had about 70 research study evaluations, including 6 randomized controlled trials, and contributed also to over 19 peer-reviewed publications. Can go to next. So as I've said, from HIV to more integrated adolescent health programming. So right now our core is on mental health, but of course they're all interconnected, and we still also implement programs on sexual reproductive health and rights, HIV, gender-based violence, and positive youth development. Again, our skills program, as I said, so these are, when we talk about GRS, we talk about skills with a Z. So this is really the life skills curriculum that is really sport-based. It uses sport-based activities, play and sport, and especially soccer, to help young people to build knowledge, skills, and also support system that they need. So, and we target both girls and boys. And why do we use soccer? For us, soccer, it's one game which has that global popularity. It's one game that breaks the barriers. It's one game that really is able to create that safe space where when the children get to the field, they're able to open up, they're able to talk about things that affect them. And when you see most of the programs we deal with, that those ones which in some communities, they're still seen as taboos, mental health, HIV, teen pregnancies. So it really creates that space where they're able to open up, and especially so because it's facilitated by the coaches who are trusted near peer mentors. So the children are able to open up, they trust them, they're able to absorb, and also soccer helps with the retention. So again, our approach is very fun, engaging. Collins and the team, we will invite you to come and see in one of the sessions in Nairobi or Mombasa. So very fun, very engaging. Again, very life transforming. Most kids, like the mental health program Mind Skills that we do in Kenya, even the teachers attested that it really transformed the children, even in terms of their education performance and all that. So it's really that way. And again, the trained coaches, these near peer mentors, are people who are from those communities. So the children relate to them, the guardians relate to them. And the coaches are also upskilled, for example, if it's mental health, to be able to provide psychological first aid, and then they can always link the children who need specialized care to now they're able to do effective referrals. And sometimes when people hear soccer, they think we only reach boys, but then over 50% of our participants for grassroots soccer globally to date are adolescent girls and young women. Yeah, so we can go to next. Yeah, so again, we say, how do we drive change? Can we go to the next slide? So how we drive the change is we say, learn the game. So we equip these young people with knowledge, skill, but also the agency to make healthy decisions. Yeah, so you can equip them with knowledge, but if you don't give them, creating them that passion to make healthy decisions, then it's a different story. And then build a team. So these young people are surrounded by positive peers. So our intervention is done in groups. It can be between 10 to 30 youth, not more than 30 per group, and with a team of both male and female coach. These are young near peers between 18 to 35 who are well trained on the various health topics, on child safeguarding, and we do have continuous coach development in areas that they need to be strengthened in, be it child psychology, basics child psychology and counseling, and many others, even for their personal youth development. So learn the game, build a team, and then make a move. So young people practice healthy behaviors and access the services and opportunities that they need to thrive. If it's a HIV program, for those who are eligible for testing and all that, are they doing it? Yeah, then now I'll jump straight into mental health. I don't want to go too much into the statistics, which I'm sure some of the people before me have mentioned, but I just want to mention one or two areas here. Why intervene at an adolescent stage? This is the most opportune time because 50% of mental disorders onset by age 15 and 75% by age 24. So this, if left untreated, then the mental health problems will get worse. So we need preventive and promotive interventions so that we don't even have to get the children going there. But at the same time, we need tools and the capacity to be able to detect early, refer early so that they're managed in good time. The other reason why we really need to intervene is because if we don't tackle mental health, then all the fight we are having about other adolescent health and social outcomes are all interfered with. In Kenya, we talk about the triple threat, yeah? High risk of teen pregnancies, HIV, and violence, but then they're all linked to mental health, yeah, because adolescents or young people who have mental health challenges have quite a higher risk of acquiring HIV, 4 to 10% times the risk of acquiring HIV, 2 times more at risk of teen pregnancy, and even 50%, at risk of those with depression have 50% risk of even committing suicide. And we've been seeing young children, even in school, committing suicide. So you address mental health, it has that multiplier effect and also reduces cases of school dropout because those with mental health are twice as likely to drop out. Let's go to the next one. So what's our solution as grassroots soccer? Go to the next slide. So our mental health solution really is one, we are feeling a critical care gap. Because when we say that 25% of adolescents experience mental health challenges, in Kenya it's even worse. I think a recent study showed almost half of high school students are experiencing depression symptoms and almost 1/3 anxiety. But then where are the mental health specialists? There are very few. There's also very limited youth responsive mental health services. So GRS, together with our partners like LVCT Health, we feel that critical care gap by training the non-specialists, these near peers, to work with young people and improve their mental health. And we look at it from a holistic approach where the mind, the body, and the support system all come together. So building the resilient mind for the young people, where through the knowledge and the skills from our curriculum, they are able to manage their thoughts, their feelings, their emotions, their behavior. But in the same curriculum, there are other aspects of their physical health. The curriculum, it contains aspects of good nutrition, contains aspects of why should you do exercises, for example. And of course, our curriculum itself is very interactive, very play-based, so they do even exercise as they do it, has sleep patterns. Why should you not have your gadgets throughout the night? Why should you not use drug and alcohol? What are the negative effects? And then, of course, the curriculum also brings in the whole issue of the support system. First, the way it's provided, that peer support group, the coach who is also there for support, and a whole system of support network working with the people from the school health program, from the mental health department, and all that. So it's really a scalable solution that promotes mental health and support these adolescents to really be able to develop the competencies to help them navigate these life challenges. And when our mental health programs like Mind Skills are for all adolescents, not only those who are struggling with mental health, but also those who are not, so that we really prevent them from experiencing mental health challenges in future. We can go to next. So I'll introduce the next one here, the Grassroots Soccer's signature adolescent mental health prevention and promotion program called Mind Skills targets. We came from Mind Ball, now we are in Mind Skills here. Yeah, the reason why we need to partner and collaborate and put all these pieces together to draw each other's strengths. So Mind Skills is our signature mental health preventive promotion program. Again, it's designed around the 6 key principles of trauma-informed mental health, building safety. That's why we talk about safe spaces, trustworthiness through the trusted near peer coaches, play-based peer support, empowerment, and collaboration. It was co-designed by young people and not only local experts. And it's for all adolescents. As I said, in Kenya, it was introduced in November 2022, where there was a participatory workshop that brought together the youth advisory champions for health, government teams, both from health and education. Yeah. So I'll go to this last slide, and then I'll introduce the next one who will give us a tip of how it has worked in Kenya. So when we talk about the impact of mind skills, we've done evaluation across 6 countries where grassroots soccer has implemented mind skills, 5 of them in Africa, and then the Scotland in Europe. And we've seen remarkable, impressive results, both in terms of, very measurable declines in depression symptoms, at about 47% decline using the PHQ-9, and also improvement in mental well-being, as we also use the WHO-5. So there was a 50% reduction among the participants with poor mental, well-being in Kenya and Zambia. So other thing is that the participants simply love it, and over 95% gave it the highest satisfaction score. And above that, other unintended outcomes like improved school performance, and also the coaches also had more awareness, had more resilience, and all that. Thank you. The next slide, and then I will hand over to Antoinette to share Kenya. Thank you so much, and I invite Antoinette to take over from there.
Thank you so much, Liz. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. My name is Antoinette Akinyi. I am a medical psychologist and I coordinate mind skills activities in Nairobi, Kenya. I say Nairobi because we also have the same program in Mombasa. So I'll just pick up straight from where Liz has left us. And this is about mind skills implementation in Kenya and how we do it. So first of all, Mind Skills is delivered by Mind Skills coaches. These are near peer mentors. They're young people who are trained on our Mind Skills curriculum, and they come from the communities in which we serve. So the program is delivered by a pair of coaches, a male and a female coach most of the time, to create that balance. And like Mind Skills is for everyone, and sometimes it's important to just have both genders represented. And we also have it's an inclusive program. We have Mind Skills is for everyone. We have both boys and girls. We have adolescents with disability. We have children and adolescents in conflict with the law. We have refugees. We have OVC, that's orphans and vulnerable children. We have adolescents with HIV, teen mothers and teen fathers in the program. So we work with the coaches, we work with the community to identify where we can get these particular groups, and then implement mind skills with them, have fun, teach them about mental health and wellness. And then we also have in-person sessions. We have the Mind Skills magazines, which participants take home, and we implement it in schools and in community setups. So we implement in schools when schools are open, which is, during the school terms, the first, second, and third term. And then when the schools are closed, that's when we can get a good opportunity to implement mind skills in community spaces. So we work with community-based organizations. We work with institutions such as churches so that we can get access to these kids or to these populations, and to ensure also that we are conducting the sessions in a safe space. So even football academies as well are some of the safe spaces in which we have mind skills implementations taking place. So we have different models to cater for the different groups of adolescents. So for instance, teen moms, sometimes you can't get them for the 10 sessions. They have a lot of things going on. They need to go to work or something like that. They have their kids. So we have our standard model has 10 sessions. And then we have a brief model or an abbreviated model that's 4 sessions. And then we have a once-off session that we use mostly in like events. So when there's an event, you guys can call us and then we come and showcase mind skills, teach people about mental health in the limit. So it's about using the limited time to have great impact. And in all these sessions, everyone gets to take home a magazine in which they can use for self-learning eventually. So as I mentioned, we have coaches who implement mind skills, and we really value coach wellness and development. So we ensure that their wellness is taken care of. They receive supervision or therapy sessions. And then we also have debriefing sessions for our coaches because of the challenges they experience during the field. And we use data, we collect data through our DHIS2 system, and we partner with the county Department of Health to we collaborate with them as we continue to implement. So far we have managed to reach over 12,000 adolescents in Kenya since we started Mind Skills in 2022. Next slide, please, as I try to wrap up in 2 minutes. So these are some of the resources that we use for Mind Skills implementation. As you can see, we have a disability inclusion handbook because Mind Skills is sports-based, so sometimes we have to make some adjustment to our activities. That handbook comes in handy. We have the abbreviated implementation guide. The third one is the Mind Skills magazine that participants get to go home with. And then the last one is the coaches guide that guides the coaches on the 10 sessions, what they're supposed to talk about in the session 1 is about Mind Skills, session 2 is about your feelings and such and such. So those are our key resources that we use. Next slide, please. So this slide just highlights some of our key activities or some of our most loved activities. I'll start with the middle. That's the 10 topics for the standard model that we use. Those are the 10 that are found in the coach's guide. So starting off with mind skills to your feelings, all the way to avoiding mental health risks. And then each of these sessions takes about 1 hour for the standard model, 75 minutes for the abbreviated model. And then the take 5, the first image there, that's our breathing exercise that teaches our participants to just calm themselves down and how to manage anxiety and stress, how to take a breath before an exam or before a soccer game or before doing anything that makes you nervous. And then on the other end, we have the power hand. So this is a technique or a tool that we use to teach participants to mostly identify their strengths. So write your name in the middle, and then on each of the fingers or the digits, they indicate what strengths they have. So that's really important and powerful because even as adults, sometimes you need somebody to remind you that you got this and you can do this. So it's important for kids to learn from a young age that they have certain strengths. Sometimes their friends also help them remember that they have these strengths and they indicate that on the power hand, and they love it so much they put it on the notice boards or on their walls. Also, the take 5 is something that they can hang up somewhere, and it's a constant reminder that they have these strengths. Yeah. Next.
Antoinette, I wanted to cut you off. I apologize for that.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe just before you go, can you let the individuals and the participants know where they can access the resources?
Liz?
All right, perfect. As we wait for Liz to respond to that, please respond in the chat box. So we're gonna move to the next session, and we anticipated that we're gonna have a little break, so 5 minutes, just to make sure that you, if you need to take a pee or you need to grab water, coffee, stretch, please do that in the next 5 minutes, and then we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back with to listen to an amazing panel discussion, which Liz is gonna take care of introducing. And Liz, you're keeping scores. I'm not keeping scores. This is not fair at all. But let's see. At the end of this session, all of you should rate us and see who gets the highest score. Then they can get a medal. So break time, 5 minutes, and then we are back. And I just remember to mention, someone asked about the music. I am told YDP is very proud. They say they own the copyright to the music. It is theirs. They don't have a title. So feel free to suggest titles in the group chat for the song. So let it play, think about the lyrics, and you can suggest a title.
Michezo ni furaha, mchezo ni dawa. Kimbia na ndoto zako, usichoke wala kuwa. Mwili wako ni gari, akili ni ramani. Safari ya maisha lazima iwe safi. Twende sasa, tusonge mbele. Nguvu zetu zishinde vikwazo. Fanya mabadiliko, leo ni siku yako. Jipe moyo, tembea kwa mwanga. Fanya mabadiliko, nguvu zako zinatosha. Pamoja tunaweza bila shaka. Mazoezi ni mbegu. Michezo ni furaha, mchezo ni dawa. Kimbia na ndoto zako, usichoke wala kuwa. Mwili wako ni gari, akili ni ramani. Safari ya maisha lazima iwe safi. Twende sasa, tusonge mbele. Nguvu zetu zishinde vikwazo. Fanya mabadiliko, leo ni siku ya safari ya maisha lazima iwe safi. Twende sasa, tusonge mbele. Nguvu zetu zishinde vikwazo. Fanya mabadiliko, leo ni siku yako. Jipe moyo, tembea kwa mwanga. Fanya mabadiliko, nguvu zako zinatosha. Pamoja tunaweza bila shaka. Mazoezi ni mbegu, afya ni mti. Ukikimbia na kucheza, mawingu yanafutika. Akili yako itulie kama maji ya ziwa. Furaha inakujia bila hata hila. Twende sasa, tusonge mbele.
Terry, you'll give me a heads up.
All right, Lizzie, we have a timer on top of your screen, so we are 1 minute,
Good,
18 seconds away.
good.
Michezo ni furaha, michezo ni dawa. Kimbia na ndoto zako.
Looks
All
like time's
right.
up.
We are back, and I hope that everyone has had a chance to grab tea, coffee, water, stretch, and all that. So I'm just gonna hand it back to the very competitive Lizzie and to take us through the next session. Over to you, Lizzie.
Thank you. And I think I need to kind of remind people who just joined in that we're co-moderating, co-emceeing this particular virtual summit. So it's myself, Miss Lizzie Otaye, and Miss Terry Muliro on the other side. And the scores are being kept in the back end. We'll just click on that later on. But as we proceed, I was just doing a bit of digging because the next session is the intersecting crisis. So we're looking at climate, health, and sports as the grassroots. And this is an interesting session because I just read something, Judah Joroge, on your LinkedIn post, and which I really felt like really touched me. And what you said was, we live in a world where we must often stand up to power to advocate for something as inherently essential as mental health and planetary health. These issues are deeply systematic and intersectional, shaping livelihoods, cultures, and future. Now, Judah and Joroge, I've sent you that connect button for LinkedIn. So if you don't do it, I might come back and tell everybody else that you did not accept my LinkedIn invite. But over to you. And ladies and gentlemen, Judah is the Youth Programs Lead, East Africa, for the Resilience Project. I mean, he's very young, but quite a powerful CV on LinkedIn. I mean, he's been in charge of so many things. Youth engagement officer, he's a founder, he's a youth programs lead, you name it. He's a fellow, founder of Beating Mental Health Stigma. He has quite an impressive CV. So I'll let this particular session be moderated by Judah Joroge. So Judah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Way to increase the pressure for the session. I'll make sure to connect with you on LinkedIn. You're equally as impressive. Welcome to this session. Thank you for joining us today on this afternoon. And for us, this is a conversation that is long overdue in the world of sport, health, and youth development. For too long, just to give you a brief on what we're doing, for too long, athlete wellness has been defined only within the boundaries of the gym and the pitch and the training schedule. But today's reality demands that we widen that lens. Young athletes, especially at the grassroots level, are training, competing, and growing up in the middle of the most significant environmental threat of our time, climate change. And its effects are no longer abstract. They show up in heat waves that cancel training, the air pollution that affects our breathing, the rising anxiety young people feel about their futures, and the health systems struggling to keep up. This dynamic lightning session is designed to make what is invisible, what feels quite invisible, visible. We will explore the profound links between climate change, non-communicable diseases, mental well-being, and sport. You will hear from a youth policy advocate shaping global conversations, a community storyteller grounding these issues in lived experiences, and a medical professional working at the forefront of climate resilient health systems. We have quite an afternoon planned for you. Together, we will rethink sport, not just as something threatened by climate change, but as a powerful community-based driver of resilience. By the end of our time together, you will have a clearer understanding of how climate change is shaping athlete health, why mental health support must evolve alongside environmental change, and what climate-ready health systems look like for community sports. Most importantly, you will live with actionable strategies to transform sport into a tool for climate action, collective healing, and community resilience. Thank you. And with that, let's begin. Our list of speakers today are John Linus, who will help us connect high-level global goals to tangible youth-led action on the ground. And then we have a medical systems architect. I love that title, Kirigo Ashera, to provide the critical medical and scientific perspective on how climate change impacts athlete health and what a resilient health system looks like. And then last but not least, we have Ariana, the community resilience storyteller, to illustrate the human impact of climate change and showcase how sport becomes a vital tool for building and driving change. I'd love to ask our participants to give them a round of applause through the emojis as we start our panel today. Thank you so much. Okay, how I'll be doing this is I'll pose a question to each of you. I'll welcome you. Please introduce yourself and then answer my question. And I'm going to start with John Linus. For John, you are an expert at mobilizing youth and connecting them to global frameworks like the SDGs. For the coaches and community leaders in our audience, how can they transform a local sports team from just a place to play into a dynamic hub for climate and health action? I'd love you to explore what are the fast, practical, low-cost steps a young youth team can take to contribute to these global goals, building both community resilience and a healthier environment for themselves. Over to you, John.
Thank you very much. Up and loud. I'm loud and clear. Kindly confirm. My network is a bit shaky. That's why I will be able to open my camera. Sometimes I'll be closing it. But I'm also able to see my photo there.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have to thank you. And first, thank the organizer of this great conversation, and also thank the speakers who came before us for the great work, amazing work they are doing on the ground. And I really like what Elizabeth talked about and what they do on the ground. And for that, let me just start by thank you for the question that you've asked. And from my experience in mobilizing young people across Kenya and connecting them to global frameworks like SDGs, and I believe that transformation starts with a mindset. And that is why coaches play a crucial role, and not only coaches alone. And I would like to say that coaches are like teachers because they instill values while in the pitch, instill confidence, and most importantly, making somebody giving hope to the players and the people. So to start, I'll start by saying that a local sport team is more than a local sport team is more than a place to play, because one, it gives it is sorry, let me just start by saying that a local sport team is more than a place to play, because it is ready made a community. It nurtures leaderships, and also is a culture that it unites people. The people, let me give a context of the youth to come together for a common cause, and most importantly learn from, instill peer-to-peer learning. And the first step doesn't need money, it just needs intentionality. And I believe that the coaches and each one of us can start with education and awareness. And before any action, we need to help the team understand why climate and health matters in their own lives, where heat, water scarcity, nutrition, mental health matters. And with that, we'll make sure that they integrate even the small habits into team culture. For instance, things like carrying reusable water bottles to the pitch, reducing litter around the pitch, planting 2 or 3 trees as a team, or having cleanups after training. So this rule builds responsibility, and I believe that if if coaches can adopt this, of course, I know a number of them are doing so, will make sure that no young person is left behind. And also turning pitch into into a learning or an action space where a team adopt a nearby maybe green space, creating small kitchen gardens around the field, or even weekly environmental challenge. Just like that, I can recall while I was a young player, I used to play football, and we used to do activities like going to weed in the to people to get some income, and at the end of it all, we make sure that we do an action, and also get something to make sure that we repair our footballs and our balls, I mean. And yeah, and also empower coaches also have a role to empower youth leadership within the team. For instance, they can create people like well-being wellness champions. When youth lead, the efforts become sustainable, and they can drive conversation and even coordinate small initiatives and connect the team to bigger programs and opportunity. And what the coaches also can do is to connect this local action to global frameworks. How do this happen? For instance, explaining the importance of how cleanups contribute to SDG 3 health and SDG 13 climate action, and out planting tree support SDG 15. So, once a player see their local action is linked to global impact, their motivations becomes unstoppable, and they believe they be motivated. So I believe that this is a very crucial thing that each coach can do. And also, in short, is trying to say that a sports team become a hub for climate and health action by starting small, I believe, being consistent, and empowering young people to lead. And when you build a culture, not a project, you build resilience, responsibility, and a generation that is ready to act for a healthier world. So I believe that I know the time is very small. I can see it displays on my screen, and each one of us has a collective responsibility to make sure that all these things we are talking here, all this conversation we are having here, are trickled down to the ground, to the grassroots, trickle down and make sure that every effort, each one of us leverage each one's effort, and most importantly, connecting and meaningfully, intentionally, and act on ground. So I believe that each one of us has a unique skills, each one of us has unique value, and each organization here bring unique perspective to make sure that we raise players, or we make sure that no young person is left behind. And I'm happy and ready to connect with you. I know the time is very short, and we'll be able to scale up the conversation and make sure that all these things we are talking here are acted upon. So thank you very much. I know one of my bosses will be speaking in a few, and I'm happy that UNESCO has come on board to share perspective, and we're also ready to share a lot of opportunities that we have at UNESCO to make sure that no young person is left behind. So because I'm seeing my time is over, I'm really thankful again, and I'm ready to engage, ready to share best practice, ready to share perspective, and most importantly, leaving no one behind. So thank you very much, Judah. And I request maybe we connect on LinkedIn, anywhere, so that we see how best we can keep the conversation and make sure that we involve as many stakeholders as possible. So thank you very much, Judah.
Wow, thank you so much, John Linus. I loved it when you say like the first tool we need is intentionality. I normally say that global ideas give us direction, but then local action give us roots. And I love the practical examples of usable water bottles or cleanups after training. And I love your perspective of being a former football player and now coming and contributing to this conversation. Thank you so much for that. To our next speaker, Fokirigo Ashira. As a medical professional focused on climate resilient health systems, you see the direct psychological impacts of our changing environment. From your unique perspectives, what are the most urgent yet overlooked health risks that climate change poses to young athletes in Africa? We know of heat stress and respiratory issues, but like we want to know what is one key adaptation that a grassroots sports program can implement immediately to better protect the athletes from the growing threats. Over to you, Kirigo Oshira.
Thank you so much, Judah, and thanks so much everyone who has joined us today. So to briefly introduce myself, I'm Kirigo Ashira, a final year medical student in Kenyatta University. And besides that, I found passion exploring this amazing space of the climate health nexus. And that's why I'm here today. And I'm also serving as the CEO of Vanguard Solutions Africa, whereby we are just helping health systems adapt to the impacts of climate change. So first and foremost, allow me to first appreciate the insightful contributions from the speakers who came before me. Your reflections on athletes' wellness, community engagement, and sports performance have beautifully laid the foundation for this next conversation, one that is both urgent, as Judah mentioned, and unavoidable. And it's an honor to join you today at the Sports Wellness Summit under this critical theme. So what I'd start by saying is that the world of sports is changing, and not because of new training trends, diet fads, or new technology. It's changing because the environment itself is changing. Athletes today are competing in the hottest, most unpredictable, and most polluted climatic conditions ever recorded. And grassroots athletes are the most vulnerable because they compete where systems are weakest and safety nets are thin. So to understand the crisis, let's break down into three realities. One, I'll look at extreme heat. Two, air pollution, or rather poor air quality. And finally, climate anxiety. And when we talk about extreme heat, how are our people, our sports people, being impacted? We often say sport is about strength, skill, and stamina, but at the core of every athlete's performance is physiology. The body, and that's the body's ability to regulate temperature, maintain hydration, and keep oxygen flowing to the muscles. And climate change is interrupting this delicate balance. And what are we seeing from this increased number of extremely hot days? And that basically means days above 35 degrees Celsius that we are witnessing across Africa. And heat waves are now longer and more intense. One of the main health issues we are having because of heat is more muscle cramps. Muscle cramps during heat are not just fatigue, and there are signs of electrolyte imbalance. And when we talk about electrolyte imbalance, it comes from excessive sweating, whereby we lose sodium and potassium that are very essential in stabilizing the nerves. So we get nerve instability and therefore resulting to involuntary muscle contractions, and that's how the muscle cramps are coming up. So the other thing about the heat is more collapses. we have collapsing during or after exercise in heat, which is often due to a heat syncope, which is basically, we would define it as a fainting episode because of blood pooling in the legs. Therefore, the brain has reduced perfusion, and the sports people end up collapsing. And we've seen this becoming quite common when athletes stop suddenly after an intense play, or rather after standing still after a sprint finish. And I refer to an example that happened during the 2019 Doha World Athletics Champion, where over 30 athletes collapsed and could not finish due to extreme heat and humidity, even though the marathon was held at midnight. And then the other one that we can also mention is more confusion and slower reactions. This is because the brain is extremely sensitive to heat, and once the core temperature passes 35.5 degrees, cognitive function starts to deteriorate. And as we've mentioned above, the reduced blood flow to brain caused by dehydration will impair the frontal lobe activity that leads to poor judgment, delayed reflexes, slower decision-making, and irritability. And finally, before I move on to the next one, is we can also mention about declining performance, which is better explained in the point I've mentioned above. And we are also seeing more cases of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. And to just define, heat exhaustion is a medical condition that is caused by dehydration and overheating, and we have symptoms that are guided by that, such as heavy sweating, dizziness, nausea. We have weakness, we have headache, and if heat exhaustion that is caused by extreme temperatures moves further, it causes something we call a heat stroke, which occurs when the body's core temperatures rises above 40 and the cooling system fails. So these cases are becoming more common, and we are seeing them in our field. So just to move quickly to the next one is poor air quality. And we would just say that when breathing becomes a performance limiter for our sportsmen and our sportswomen. So we know where pollution comes from. We can mention dust, traffic emissions, burning waste, industrial activities, all of which are depleting the ozone layer and bringing more impact on our health. And to just mention how the health system being implicated. And for this, let's just focus on the respiratory system. One, will have irritated airways. We'll have our players complaining of chest tightness. We also have them come up with symptoms of reduced lung capacities. All this is because of long-term exposure, which can reduce the amount of air an athlete can breathe in and out. So, and we can also not forget about more asthma attacks being witnessed because of this prolonged exposure by the major pollution triggers for asthma. And then to finally talk about climate anxiety quickly, is in sports, we talk a lot about physical fitness, hydration, injury prevention, tactics, and discipline, but we rarely talk about the mental health impact of climate change, especially on young athletes. And on that point, I would love to appreciate that Georgine from the sports department is here with us. I know she's a great champion for mental health for our young people. And it's good that we also get to understand how is that we have climate anxiety affecting our players. And climate anxiety, could just define it as a chronic worry about the future caused by climate-related changes. And for today's events and what we are seeing, that the anxiety is coming from real and lived experience, from either extreme weather events, disrupted seasons, fear of collapsing during a match from what they've experienced. And it doesn't just come out as panic. What do we see in our players? Lack of motivation, difficulty concentrating, poor sleep, irritability, and lower confidence as they play. And in the next 30 seconds, I think I can just highlight a few things we can do to adapt to what is happening, because climate change is here with us. It's here to stay. The health of our people is being impacted. So what's next for us? So what are the simple things that we can do? We've seen Linus talk about some of the adaptation, practical adaptation that we can try to employ. And I can just add to, we can try and reschedule the training away from peak heat hours and adopt more resilient hours for our players to play. And we can also ensure that hydration is non-negotiable safety measure. We've seen what dehydration does to our bodies, and then provide shade and rest points on the fields. And then what we are doing today, educate young athletes on heat signs. I've mentioned the signs of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. And then finally, monitor air quality and adjust training plans and support mental wellness, especially for our youth. And with that, we'll be building resilience among our players. Thank you so much. Over to you. Back to you, Judah.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Kirigoshia, for wow, that was really, really beautiful. I particularly love how you broke down the somatic reactions where our body, what our body tells us when we're in these conditions, and then also connecting that to our mental well-being and climate anxiety. That's something we normally see even in the work that I do. And I loved how you pinpointed it can look different. And it looks like demotivation. It looks like worry about the future. Thank you so much for giving us the practical tips, restructuring the training times, creating shade, getting more awareness out there on what the rising heat is doing and how we can be able to mitigate those factors. So thank you. That was really, really impressive and it was quite some good information to have in our minds as we go forward. I'd love to remind our participants, please put your questions in the chat. We value your questions. We're going to have a slide session after this to answer any questions. So please put them in the chat. Our speakers can be able to go through them, and then I will have a chance to ask them after this. For our last question for the day, before we get into the Q&A session, is for Ariana. Ariana, you're a passionate storyteller who works with climate vulnerable communities. Could you share a powerful story from your work that illustrates the direct and often invisible link between a changing environment and the mental and physical well-being of young people? And through that story, can you show us how community-driven initiatives like sport become essential tools, not just for coping, but for building hope and driving sustainable change from the ground up? Over to you, Ariana.
Thank you, Judah, for the lovely introduction. And I also wanted to say a quick big thank you to Collins and the wonderful YIDP family for putting on such a fantastic summit. I have loved the music, the energy of the MCs, the depth of the session so far, especially my fellow panelists, Kirigo and John. Very, very tough acts to follow. But I am Ariana Abdul-Noor, calling in from London. I wear several hats, namely the co-founder of YIDP, head UK youth delegate to COP, Education and Sustainable Development Lead at Island Innovation, co-chair of a refugee football charity in London called I Speak Football, as well as many other roles that I take a lot of pride in, such as a journalist and photographer, where I'm really able to capture and shine a light on the lived experiences of frontline communities around the world. I wanted to begin with a story that was actually shared by one of our partners in a youth and sport program in Mozambique, a story that has really stayed with me and shaped how I understand the intersection of climate and health and sport. He told me about arriving one morning just after Cyclone Freddy, which struck Mozambique twice between February and March 2023, with one of the most intense and long-lasting cyclones ever recorded, bringing weeks of torrential rain, flooding, and destructive winds that displaced hundreds of thousands of families. Schools were closed, shelters damaged, and whole communities were trying to rebuild from nothing. The football pitch that they usually used, normally dry, dusty field, had turned into a swamp of thick mud. And sitting alone at the edge of that pitch was an 8-year-old boy named Musa. And Musa was one of those kids, we all know them, we've all experienced them, the life of every session. The kid who always arrived first, always shouted the loudest for his team. But that day he was sitting there, he's quiet, he was drawing circles in the mud with a stick. And when one of our partners asked softly, Musa, why aren't you joining today? He replied, he said, Coach, I'm tired. Everything keeps breaking. And here he's not just talking about the ball. He wasn't just talking about the field. He was talking about the world around him, the instability, the unpredictability, the emotional weight that climate stress was placing on his young shoulders. When I heard this story, it really struck me deeply because in my own work through the Youth Initiative Development Programme in Kenya, as well as co-chair of I Speak Football in London, teaching refugees students in Jordan, and even leading on climate delegations on the global stage at the likes of COP, I've seen that same quiet exhaustion, that same tiredness that isn't just physical, it's emotional, it's climate related, and often it's invisible. What happened in Mozambique really reflects what young people across climate vulnerable regions experience every day. When extreme heat keeps children indoors, their physical activity drops. Their mood changes, irritability increases, sleep becomes disrupted. And when flooding, like the weeks of post-Freddy rainfall, shuts down schools or damages shelters, uncertainty grows, anxiety grows. Younger children withdraw. Older youth lose motivation or confidence to inspire. The science tells us that environmental instability affects mental health, but on the ground, it doesn't just show up as climate anxiety or disaster trauma. It shows up as loss of routine, lack of motivation, social withdrawal, headaches, fatigue, a feeling of hopelessness, or simply just a quiet, I'm tired, from a child who used to be full of energy. When I was teaching English to refugees youth in Jordan remotely, I observed the same patterns. On days when dust storm hit the camps or when extreme heat kept families indoors for a long period, attendance dropped, concentration dropped. Children who are normally lively arrived subdued and disconnected. Us as teachers would try to do everything to bring energy back into the room, but often climate simply took too much out of them and of us. These moments taught me something really important. Climate stress is not just an environmental issue, it's a well-being issue, and often for young people, a mental health crisis as well. But there is a part of this story that gives me hope and reasons why spaces like this and this summit and this organization and the organizations that people in this cohort are part of matter. As soon as our partners in Mozambique were able to restart their football sessions, even on a muddy, uneven, waterlogged pitch, the entire atmosphere changed. It shifted. Children who had withdrawn began to laugh again. They negotiated team roles. They rebuilt friendships. They reconnected with something bigger than the crisis that was ensuing around them. And sport offered here what climate could not. It offered a routine, a predictable structure in the unpredictable environment. It also offered agency, a space where young people could feel capable, in control, and also valued. It also offered community, a network of peers that strengthens emotional resilience. In Jordan, I saw the same phenomenon. On difficult days when the heat or dust storms made learning heavy, simply taking the lesson outside, incorporating movement, or letting the kids organize small games changed everything. Their energy returned, their confidence returned, and their ability to learn returned. And now back to Musa, the boy in Mozambique. One afternoon, after weeks of disruptive routine, he scored a goal during the match and he sprinted to our partner on the sideline. He shouted, "Coach, coach, did you see that? Nothing is breaking today." And that moment wasn't about football. It was about hope. It was about briefly reclaiming something stable in a really unstable world. And this is why the Youth Initiative Development Programme means so much to me. And I really deeply believe in the power that it has to transform young minds through sport, not just as an accessory, not as a luxury, but as an essential tool for resilience in communities facing climate and social vulnerability. Working across youth leadership, climate advocacy and sport, from refugee classrooms in Jordan to youth programs in Mozambique and Kenya to climate negotiations at COP, I've learned the consistent truth. Resilience is not only built through policy or scientific frameworks. It's built through human connection, safety, routine, and above all, hope. And sport delivers all of these things, especially for young people navigating the front line of climate change. So as we address this intersecting crisis of climate, health, and youth development, we really have to invest in community-led sport. Because in many places, a football pitch is not just that. It's not just a pitch. It's a classroom, a counselor's office, a safe haven, and a place where hope becomes possible again. So thank you once again all for your work and your fantastic courage and for being an inspiration to me, and I know a lot of other people around the world. And with that, I've never been so efficient with time. I always go over. So I've got 30 seconds that I'll give back to you. Thank you so much, Judah.
Oh well, thank you, Ariana. Yes, I loved the story about Musa and Mozambique and how it connected to global themes. I particularly loved how you painted the pitch and sport as a tool for resilience, and it's those low touch efforts that we most likely see are invisible: community, connection, routine. You talked about routine. I loved you talking about routine, human connection, and looking at that hope in the future. That was so good because we were able to see how a boy in Mozambique can be able to play his role in this, something that feels so global, feels so distant from us, but affects us very daily. Thank you so much for that, Ariana. Let's give a clap to all our panelists, please. For the audience, please, let's react and just appreciate John, Kirigo, and Ariana for the brilliant work they have done. And again, I'll remind us we can put comments, questions on the chat, and we will be able to address them. And as I wait for you to do that, because I see I'm also running out of time and I want to follow Ariana's example, I'll just ask for a final parting shot from John, Kirigo, and Ariana. And my final question to you is this: in a world where we have achieved what we want to see, where the change that you seek to achieve has been achieved, what does that world look like to you? Paint us a picture, maybe in a minute or so. What does that world look like for you? And John, over to you.
Yes, thank you. That's a very tactful question. I would like to say that that world looks like where youth have been empowered, where youth access healthcare, where the basic necessities are there. So, and I believe that it is something that is possible. It's something that with the mindset, a positive mindset, if we come together, we jointly work towards it, it is possible. So I believe that with the uniqueness in value that we have, with the uniqueness in areas of expertise, we can come together to build, to strengthen areas of weakness, and make, most importantly, joining hands together for a better society. So the most important thing right now, what I will say, is to connecting meaningfully and intentionally. And in doing so, we'll be able to share best practices and see the available resources from each one of us. Like if I have resource in different field, we jointly pull them together and make sure that we do something together. So thankful, and back to you. Let me not take the whole time for the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Over to you,
Yeah.
Kirigo. What does that world look like for you?
I just figured out I forgot to put on my camera when I was doing the previous presentation. So this is Kirigo, and thanks so much for that opportunity. I am so passionate about climate change and health, and what an ideal world for sports medicine, for healthcare in general, would be a system that is ready. When we talk about climate action, we focus on both mitigation and adaptation, but for Africa, I always work towards achieving adaptation because that's what is really affecting us, ailing us. We are the burden bearers of climate change, and we are the least emitters of the greenhouse gases. So for Africa, for our health systems, for the sports system, I'm looking for a well-adapted health systems. And how do we achieve this? One is conducting climate and health vulnerability adaptations assessments, which is happening in so many countries. I know Kenya's climate CHVA is underway. And then from there, can we come up with health national adaptation plans to guide on our adaptations, depending on various vulnerabilities from various health sectors, including sports medicine? And finally, climate finance for health. I always say climate change is a human face of climate action. So in whatever thing that is happening in climate change, human health will always be at the center of the impact that we are bearing. So for me, health systems adaptation is the way to go for sports medicine, for agriculture, for the nutrition sector. This is the way to go, climate adaptation for Africa. Over to you, Judah, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Oh, asante sana. That was very well said. Ariana, 2 questions for you. After the ideal one, let's see a question in the chat. Are there specific mental health concerns, such as eco-anxiety or climate-related stress, that you think young athletes are more likely to experience? And then obviously paint for us the vision of the world you see.
Thank you for that, Judah. I'm going to use the 30 seconds I gave you back before and use it for Stuart's question. It's very regional based on my experience, of course, where you're based and your lived experience is based, on the environment that you grew up in. So yes, of course, there are specific mental health concerns as a result, as I mentioned, either being confined in a space that it's too hot outside, or if it's too rainy outside, and you're not able to use the agency that you typically would to go about your day to day. That has an impact on the endorphins that you release and the community that you build. And I think that is a real struggle for athletes, both professional athletes who are looking to build their livelihoods off sport, or people who use sport as a refuge from their mental health, or from civil unrest, or from wars. And I think as the medical professionals in the cohort have already touched upon, there is science behind this. And I think it's been so powerful as a universal tool. Sport has been really the only thread that I've seen that has been able to reach so many different souls around the world, because sport looks so different for everyone. It can be just walking and speaking to your friend, or it could be part of a community group sport like football. And so it exists in so many forms, and so it's able to multiply. Sport is a multiplier, right? And once that's weakened, every other right is weakened. And I think that's the huge value of it. So I hope that sort of answered your question. And to your point about my dream, I mean, it's 9:30 on a Friday, so I'm still defrosting here in London. But I think when I think about the world that we must build, I see one where every child, whether in a refugee camp, a rural village, a city, a state, has a community connection and the agency to shape their own future. I really love that word, agency. And a world where sport is part of our climate resilience toolkit. So where youth voices guide decisions, not just as tokens, but as leaders with real agency and influence. And I think that world is within reach, but only if we choose it, only if we champion it and we build it together like we are today. So I really hope that we're the generation that turns those muddy fields into places of healing, of rebuilding, and of hope.
Wow, beautifully said from all of our panelists today. And as we close, I think it's been clear that climate change is no longer a distant backdrop to sport, but a defining force shaping how young athletes live, train, and most importantly, stay well. What we've had today shows that the physical impacts, the rising mental health burdens, and the gaps in our health systems are interconnected signals demanding action from all of us. And yet there is such immense possibility in front of us. Sport remains one of the most powerful community platforms we have, a place where resilience is built, where identities are shaped, and where collective action can take root. And I am thanking all of you here because we are intentionally harnessing the power that we can transform, that we have to transform sport into a driver of climate adaptation, mental well-being, stronger and more resilient communities. I urge you that let not this be the end of this conversation, but the beginning of a movement, because we are protecting athlete wellness in the changing climate area, and this means we are protecting our futures and our mental health. I urge you to connect with all our panelists today, keep these conversations going, and again, asante sana to all our panelists and the amazing YIDP team for organizing such a beautiful event. Thank you so much, and over to you, Lizzie.
Great, thank you very much. This really gets me excited about the next session. because we had liners, but now we have the boss coming in, and he actually mentioned that. And what I'm super excited about is the fact that this particular panel is in between, one session, your lunch break, and the next session. So we could decide to take another 3 hours without anybody making us stop, or we could make this a 30-minute discussion. So we really are the thin line between you and your lunch break. And we'll try and make sure we use the least minimum time, but the most impactful. So we're going to dive straight into it. And as we get into this, I will just give you a brief about what this next discussion is going to be. And we're going to try and do things a little bit different. So welcome back. We're still going on with the Sports Wellness Summit. And I'm glad to, have you all, and especially a big, massive thank you to our partners. Without them, this particular virtual summit might have never actually happened. So we appreciate our partners. It's because of you that this has been made feasible. And of course, I'm very glad you've joined us for this next session where we're going to dig in one of the biggest challenges in modern sports: how we care for athletes in a way that recognizes the full picture of their health. I like when I confuse the person at the back. They're like, "Where are you? This was not the dry run." Yes, that's my face. And our next panel is going to be a bit quite interesting. So as I give you a bit of a snippet on what's happening, I would request Boniface, Dr. Eva, and I'm not so sure how to pronounce your name, sir. So I was going to use Mr. Ngata because that sounds like it, it's more homely. I can pronounce that route without butchering it. If you guys can, if you're okay with it, please come on camera so that people can know who they are going to be addressed by. And also, let's just make this a little bit different. It would be good if all of you came on camera. And if the people handling the session could also just pin them so that we see them. But apparently, athletes today push the limits of performance, but the systems around them often lag behind. So injury prevention is handled in one corner. At the same time, nutrition advice in another. And the specific needs of female athletes are too often overlooked altogether. Female needs now are being bundled up with male needs. The result is predictable: preventable injuries, burnout, and missed potential. And we've seen from morning, these are key terms that are coming out. Now, this session is all about changing that. We're trying to connect the dots between injury prevention, proper fueling, and gender responsive approaches to athlete health. So I'm going to call out to the three speakers. So we have Dr. Eva Langat. And funny thing, Eva, I've seen on your profile LinkedIn, of course, I've connected with you also. You're from COSEXA, and I'm currently volunteering at EXA HC. So it's good to know, you're from the big family of EXA HC. Boniface, I love the fact that you're bringing in the media perspective. You're from the TV background. So this really captures in, because from morning, I've not had any media experts speak. So this is definitely going to be one of those sessions. And we have the person who looks into policies, the person who's making sure that across the African continent, National Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization from UNESCO. He's a program specialist, Mr. Ngata. Huge. I'm so sorry. You'll just have to let me know how to pronounce your name before I continue butchering it. But imagine a session where media, an experienced professional, and the person who's making sure that the policies and the regions and the countries are aligned get into one virtual summit. So let's start this discussion off. I'll call the speakers and see if they're all here, just to double check. Collins, do we have all of them on the call? Yes, I can see Eva. Eva, welcome. If you can just unmute yourself for 1 second, introduce yourself and tell me something that I could not find on social media, something that everybody doesn't know. It could be close relations or close relatives who know about this. We're trying to bring that face to give it like a humanly sort of, perspective. We want to know something about you, Dr. Eva, that not everybody knows, but is relatable. So please feel free to introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud
Good.
and clear.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be with you today. Like you've heard, my name is Dr. Eva Langat. I'm an orthopedic and trauma surgeon in Nairobi, Kenya. But my primary focus is in sports and arthroscopy. So athlete care, management of amateur athletes, wannabe athletes, or sports-like injuries. I have been in practice now about going on 5 years in consultancy practice. I am part of the Secretariat of the Sports Medicine Society of Kenya, which is an association or a society that was set up in 2018 and formally registered in 2019 that champions the holistic approach or multidisciplinary approach to the care of the athlete. So we're trying to break down the siloed management of athlete care within the region. What about me is interesting. As a child, I was pretty active in sports. I actually played tennis for a significant part of my life, almost went pro, and then injury happened. And so the return to that level of performance has never really been able, I've never been able to go back there. And so then I have tried to champion that care for those like myself and see, can you actually get back to that level of performance? I am passionate about sports. I'm passionate about medicine and arthroscopy. Yeah, and very excited to learn from the amazing minds that are here.
Thank you, Doc. And as we wait to also learn from you, we're going to look into, you know, leading authority on sports medicine in Kenya. You understand that an athlete's body is an integrated system. You've clearly said that. So from your clinical and systematic viewpoint, what is the most critical disconnect you see on the ground between the siloed management of injury, nutrition, and the female athlete? So when we let you ponder on that, I've seen Mr. Ngata. Thank you very much. But first of all, I'm not sure. How is your French? I was digging a bit. I saw you did a lot of work around Cameroon, so I wasn't so sure. Do I start with how are you, or do I say bonjour? Not so sure which one to start with. But Mr. Ngata, if you can let us know who you are, and your role is very big and very, quite impactful under UNESCO. But we also want to know that one thing that people at the office still don't know about you. So over to you, Mr. Ngata.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, Ngandu Ngata Ug is my name. A name from Cameroon, maybe part of what some of those connected will not know. Yeah, I'm with UNESCO. We do support our member state in developing policies, frameworks, and different conventions in the different aspect of the work of UNESCO, from education to the science to culture, including sports. So, and that's where I believe we are connected, and it will be really a pleasure to be part of the conversation. And thanks for the invitation. I've been connected since the beginning, and I've been absorbing. It's an amazing platform. Congratulations for putting it together and for the insightful engagement that is happening since the beginning. So another thing maybe that will be interesting and some in the office may not know, I am a father of twins, and yeah, so back to you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Now they know. They didn't know, but I'm sure they're on the call because I know John Linus is still here. And I appreciate what you've just said because John Linus also said that when we start with culture, we build resilience. And that really resonates well. So, Mr. Ngata, when you're taking your 2 minutes, when I call the next speaker, we're looking at the Kazan Action Plan. So a key UNESCO supported framework. And I like the fact that you brought out the policy and framework works that you do. So link sport policy directly to the Sustainable Development Goals, which is big for everyone on this call. So from UNESCO's global perspective, How can member states be encouraged to evolve their national sports policies beyond simple measuring participation and medal counts? Because if you ask me, I've shown my 2 medals that Terry doesn't have. It's all about the medals at the end of the day. So how do we ensure that member states are encouraged to evolve their national sports policies beyond simple measuring of participation to embedding holistic athlete wellness? So the whole person as a being, including mental health, non-communicable diseases prevention, injury data. And Mary at the beginning mentioned how crucial it is to have data and is a primary indicator of a successful and sustainable sports ecosystem. So thank you very much, Mr. Ngata, for joining. I'll call upon the media person who gets me very excited. Boniface, you're writing about everything that's going on. We talked about doping. We talked about, the way Dr. Eva just mentioned, having an injury, trying to come back. Some do successfully do that, but others don't do it, just like Dr. Eva mentioned. So Boniface, maybe something about your writing when you're covering sports. And also let us know something that people at the KUTV have not known yet about you. Boniface, you're muted if you're there. Regardless, if Boniface is not, Boniface, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, and hello to everyone. It's an honor to join this Sport Thinking Summit, and I'm grateful to the YIDP committee for recognizing not just the work I do at TV, but the role that media plays in shaping the culture of sport. So my perspective today is interesting as it comes from standing in 3 very different corners of the sports world. I am a sports podcaster, writer at Top Pitch Africa, where I dive deep into stories and sports that shall make headlines. I'm also a Hockey Federation technical official and umpire, where I have seen firsthand how rules, pressure, and structure shape performance. And finally, I'm a player for the KU men hockey team called the Vultures, where I also have lived the grind, the injuries, doubts, the adrenaline, and the love of the game. So with these lenses, one thing is clear. Athlete health is not a medical issue, it's a cultural issue. And culture is built, exposed, and shaped by the stories we choose to tell. So this is me, a nutshell. I'm a TV producer, director, and educator and consultant. What my people at the station don't know about me is my role in the field as a technical official and umpire. So I look forward to this discussion and just sharing ideas on how I come on board, both as a journalist and equally a player. Thank you, Lizzie.
Well, thank you very much. I should say go Vultures, right? But thank you very
Go
much for joining, and it's always good. Go Vultures. It's official now. I'm recruited to the. I'll be in a
Sorry,
cheering squad.
I wanted to say we do Vamos Vultures
Oh,
rather than Go
vamos
Vultures. Sorry
Vultures.
for that.
Okay, vamos Vultures. That is good to know. Now let's go to Dr. Eva. And Dr. Eva, we're talking about trying to connect the dots from the Sports Medicine Society of Kenya. How do you do that? How do you try and connect the dots and make the athlete more of a 360-degree rounded person, a holistic person, not parts? Over to you.
Okay, thank you for the brilliant question. So the Sports Medicine Society of Kenya is a multidisciplinary association or society. We bring together the physiotherapist, the sports scientist, nutritionist, the sports psychologist, physiotherapist, and then the orthopedic surgeon together into one society where we will offer trainings, capacity building, but also as a society, we are actively involved in policy creation within the Republic of Kenya, where we have actually been co-opted by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports to actually draft policies around what does safe sports practices look like within the Republic of Kenya. So we're involved in policy at the very top. Then we're also involved in training and capacity building at the grassroots level, where we will hold monthly or bi-monthly trainings, or what we call continuous medical education forums, where each of these subspecialties or each of these professions will actually come together and share information and knowledge. We have an annual conference which every year we champion one particular aspect of sports. So interestingly enough, this year we were talking about empowering the female athlete and the youth athlete, which is not a very big focus when we look at sports as a whole within the Republic. So you find we have a lot of female teams, and interestingly enough, they're actually the ones who are doing very well within their professional sports. But when we actually go down to the team level and ask, what practices do you have that ensure continuity of skill and talent and performance? You find that there's a big divide. And so that's why we focus on that this year. Now, we are experiencing a lot of, I don't want to say resistance, but just challenges in changing the practice, because it requires an entire paradigm shift. That you as a physiotherapist, when we're bringing in a sports scientist, it's not a tough war. The patient is not, or the athlete as it were, is not a street that you have to cordon and say, this is mine, but that there's a role for each and every individual within management of that athlete. So one of the biggest things is just mindset, that we fight for our space, or we have people fighting for space within the care of that athlete. And so just changing the mindset and saying the nutritionist is relevant, not at the point where this person is injured and needs to give you a high protein diet, but this person is required from the very beginning, from onset, every day, in terms of training, day-to-day life. What are they eating at home? What do they have access to? When we're looking at the mental space, because that's also a big thing, I as an orthopedic surgeon will see the patient. So my practice is I will see the patient, you've gotten the injury, they've tried to sort it out on their own, but you then need probably surgical expertise. And one of the things I see a lot of, even for those who play at a professional and high performing level, is we have no mental health support for them. So I can clinically tell you that you're cleared to go back, but this athlete will sit in my office and tell me, no, I cannot because I'm scared to run. I cannot because I keep reliving my injury. Or there are those who you're seeing a year down the road after injury, and the reason is they were too scared to say because they did not know what life would look like outside of the sport. And so, because this is an experience we live, is now trying to bring together as many stakeholders within the practice of athlete management and telling them, look here, everybody has a role and everyone has value in the care of this athlete, not just when they're injured, but every step of the way. We are also trying to go into the school level, because a lot of talent acquisition and talent identification is at the school level, primary and high school level. But you find those who are governing sports within those areas tend to be the coach is a former student who graduated and then came back part-time because they were good at the sport. So we are not having professionals actually caring for this athletes, and we don't have professionals who are guiding them through training, through nutrition or mental health. And so we lose a lot of talent just because they're not properly managed. So trying to then infiltrate the school program and the school systems to tell them, look here, we are available. We're available to inform and advise and even educate and say, this is what your school will need as a baseline if you plan to have a sports team, and build that team in terms of skill, talent, and just performance. Yeah, I think that's so far that's what we've been doing. So trainings, access to schools teams as well, helping different federations within the sporting community in the Republic of Kenya also come up with policy documents that inform their practice. Yeah.
Okay, and I completely understand where you're coming from. And what I like is you're literally kind of bringing in the next speaker, because you mentioned that you, as the society, there are some national policies you're also trying to put in place, see implemented, but you're also penetrating the grassroots level. And I'm going to bring back Mr. Ngata, because they already have their national policies. And usually there's a disconnect between regional policies, national policies, and how to integrate those. So we'll go back to UNESCO and the role that they play. And you mentioned clearly that policy is one of the areas. And a lot of people don't know UNESCO kind of dives in to sports. We usually think UNESCO is more culture, trying to preserve culture, but sports also is culture. So, Ms. Tangata, over to you on some of your thoughts, especially when Dr. Eva was speaking.
Yeah, thank you. Can you confirm you still hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. In the introduction, I was really highlighting the lead role UNESCO is playing within the UN to advance physical education and sport. We promote educational, cultural, and social dimension of sport and physical education. And as we do that, we are supporting our member state in really developing the framework, the national frameworks to allow sport to thrive. And this is also where it's important to insist from the global framework, how does it cascade down at the level of any given country? And maybe a point to insist, we speak UNESCO, we speak member state, is all of us. And that's also why I really love the conversation we are having and seeing lot of intervention happening. In some cases, probably we are doing things without even knowing that some of these global frameworks are there, or the capacity we have as grassroots to connect to the global. And I would like also to use this opportunity to maybe share a bit more about some of this framework. When we speak, for instance, of the International Charter of Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sport, it cut across everything we have been speaking since this morning, because it's about advancing the practice of physical education, physical activity, and sport as fundamental human right, first of all. So we need to insist on the fact that this is a human right, and practicing sport and access to sport is a basic human right, actually. It's really a basis also to enhance inclusiveness, access, and if you take, for instance, a person with disability and sport, how do they connect to sport? How can they be able to freely practice sport? The charter kind of prompt relevant framework for member states to adhere to, so much so that this is accessible to all. When we speak about gender equality and sport, a lot has been said since the beginning about gender-based violence in the sport environment, gender-based violence in our academic institution, and so on. You have even a study from Aga Khan University that was published in June this year that is really showcasing the prevalence of gender-based violence in selected countries like Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And I will urge everyone to kind of have a look at it, because it's really inspiring also vis-a-vis the need to bring more attention to the safeguarding measures that should support the environment of sport. Yeah. How do we really insist also on the integration of ethical standards for the promotion or the protection of violence against women and girls and their exploitation through sport? I will not repeat, including what Dr. Gloria said at the beginning and different other intervention that came after that. About the vulnerability of some of the athletes, especially female athletes. So leveraging on some of these international standard setting, how do we ensure alignment when we develop national framework, when we develop laws, policies, and the like? The other one I want to mention, and also a lot has been said about it, is the International Convention Against Doping in Sport that was adopted in 2005. And this is an instrument that really rally the different member states of UNESCO. 192 of them have already adopted or endorsed the convention, and the aim of it is really to harmonize anti-doping laws globally, ensuring that fair play and allied health is at stake. We have heard from Nakada, who has made reference to ADAC, and that's very much their role in cascading down some of this regulation and making sure the different athletes and the different federation adhere to the principles and abide by the mechanism. You cannot come and say, I didn't know that by taking this particular plant, it will influence the profile of my doping index. And when you are caught, you cannot just hide behind the fact that I was not aware. So those agencies have really a very important, and you heard very much from the speaker from Nakada in terms of the capacity building they are developing at national level to create this awareness. How do we bring that also to schools? How do we really ensure that there's a continuous engagement with the different stakeholders to ensure that it's not something that is forgotten? Because the moment you go out for an international competition, maybe the standard of check at the international level will be even more drastic than at the national level, and something that may have passed through the scrutiny at the national level will not be forbidden at the international level. All of that also speak to the whole conversation on health and well-being and awareness related to the different consequences related to the use of some of these substances. You highlighted the Kazan Action Plan. This is yet another framework that may also allow me to speak about a space where this framework was adopted. That is what we call the MINEPS. It's a ministerial forum where we gather ministers of sport from across the world. And that is a platform where we really take stock of different things happening in different countries and harmonize ways of moving forward. So the Kazan Action Plan was really good in spearheading the connection between practice of sport and really the acceleration of the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, insisting on aspects related to inclusive access to sport. I mentioned that earlier, maximizing also on sport contribution for sustainable development and peace, while again re-emphasizing the importance of fighting doping, corruption, and abuse in the whole sport industry. And maybe adding to that, a framework that we are kind of spearheading, and I'm really happy again to see how different presentation, different particular activities at grassroots level shared today connect with the global framework we call the Fit for Life, which is actually a way to better drive health, education, and equality outcome. It was kind of inspired from the reality of COVID, where everyone was locked down, and they need to think new ways of promoting engaging in sport. So that framework is now going beyond that, also addressing aspect physical inactivity, mental health challenge, and inequality. It's also about enhancing the well-being and promote gender equality and youth empowerment while building evidence for sport as a tool for health and socioeconomic resilience. A lot has been mentioned, and many presentations has made beautiful highlight of some statistic. How do we connect more and more some of these statistics with the reality? Speaking about the number of trainers, coaches, and athletes empowered in XYZ, how do we more and more connect that with socioeconomic development? How do we leverage really the power and potential of sport to transform economy? And how do we also start building the needed intersections. When we speak sport, you may want to think the minister or cabinet secretary for sport alone, but what is the connection of sport and health? Do they speak to each other? The CS of health and sport. What about education? What about even culture? We speak about, and I always like to insist on the traditional sport and game. In the previous panel, there was this question about where do we start? How do we start small while really thinking big? And the grassroots engagement and leveraging also on traditional sports and game could be a very humble but dignifying and amplified start, so much so that we leverage on what we have that connects with our identity, that is rooted in our social cultural practices. Nothing against elite sport and the like, but just think about a grassroots organization who wants to really invest in a sporting activity, and they start thinking basketball. From the first step, they will need to acquire some equipment that may not be available at a very low cost. While if investment is done from a traditional sport perspective, I believe the investment is lower, while the impact could even be higher if taught the proper way. So in a nutshell, it's really to ensure this connection between the global framework. How do we customize them at the local, and really ensuring that the global is not meant to suppress the local, but some of the local we have, how do they also leverage on some of these global framework to speak what is really the important aspect of what we are offering at the local level that could contribute to the global conversation. Maybe ending, I want to highlight also another framework and the policy related to quality physical education, and that cascade really at the level of schools to ensure that we adhere to some of the standards. How many schools in Kenya and beyond will have the weekly required practice of 180-minute physical education activity per week? I believe the space is not kind of adhering to the global standard. And even when we speak about that, do they have the necessary enabling environment for sport and physical activity to thrive? Do the kids have the space for changing? Do they have the tools? Do they have the security in the practice of sport, and so on and so forth? Certainly global standards are there, and how do they apply locally? How do the institutions mandated to ensure that these standards are there to doing the work? And how much are we able to have a status on a regular basis? This is also something that I see can really be driven through a platform like the one we are engaging in, while we see how to move forward to really leverage the power and potential of sport for social cohesion, for inclusion, for promotion and integration of persons with disability, for addressing issues, gender equality, and the like. So I will stop at this point. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngata. I really don't want you to stop because I'm going to bring back Eva. The reason why I'm intentionally secluding Boniface is because of one thing. We all need media. When we're talking about these policies that we have from the local to the regional level, they exist. And when we're talking about doping and issues that are going on, media does cover that, but rarely will you find media having a session talking about the Kazan Action Plan or another policy that's integrated nationally, right? It takes time before they even understand these policies that we're having. But Dr. Eva, you mentioned something about there's no mental health support for the athletes that end up coming to your office or to your operating room, etc. I would like to ask you just a quick question. If it was an ideal world and things are working, the policies that are in place are being implemented, right? Because that's what the society is also trying to push for. What would you like to see? An injury happening, it's being directed to the professionals, right? But also some systems in place, like a support system that is existing. The coaches that are being trained on, key mental health things, so that they can easily pick that one of the players is not okay, something is wrong. In an ideal world, before the physical injury comes to you, I know when I say ideal, it's quite a dreamy bubble. Yeah. How would that look for you? And then we have media here. What would be that one thing you'd want to see happening with the media? And Mr. Ngata, I'd also want to bring that back. The relationship between UNESCO and media, it's well known, but what would you want to see more media coverage happening around sports, etc.? So we start with Dr. Eva, then we go to Ngata, then we open it up now to Boniface.
Thanks for the question. I do not think an ideal world is a far-fetched dream. I think it's a world we can create. And for me, in terms of what would the ideal world or the ideal sporting world look like, is that this individual or this professional, who we're calling the sports psychologist or a sports psychologist, is actually involved in the day-to-day care of this patient or this athlete. And it's not a crisis management situation where we've had a problem and now we need to solve the problem. Part of their role and part of why they're so important is they need to work with these athletes in terms of building resilience, emotion control, managing their fears outside of the sport that they're playing with. What other social stresses are they encountering in the world around them? Now, if I have a mentally secure, well-regulated athlete off the pitch, that translates to performance on the pitch. If we're bringing this individual in when we have an injury and it's crisis management, they have to unpack a lot of things. And so for me, the ideal world would be, can every team, every federation, every school team actually have a psychologist around who will teach this athlete, this is how we manage fear, this is how we manage anxiety in terms of performance, this is how we deal with injury. So when you're injured, you're off for 6 months, 9 months. Do you have the mental fortitude to actually navigate that time frame? What other things can you do outside of your sport that will actually engage you mentally, physically, and take away the being awake? So my ideal world is, can we actually have this sports psychologist being involved in the day-to-day care of these patients? Now, we do have a significant deficit as far as technical skill. We currently have only 2 registered sports psychologists in the Republic of Kenya. 2. They're both members of the society. So what does that mean in terms of access as well? It's a big gap. So in terms of, can we actually have those who are government, federations, institutions, bringing in psychologists and actually sponsoring and training them to manage specifically athletes in that regard? So I would love that we multidisciplinary approach to athlete care, not just when they have a problem, but in their day-to-day lives, and walk that journey with them so that we have less work to do when there's actually a problem. So
I hear you.
That's
I hear you.
my perfect world.
I hear you. It's a perfect world. And we can create that. We can easily create that. I've seen Mr. Ngata, you're holding your chin, and I can tell you've gone into some deep thoughts there. Maybe we listen from your end what your thoughts are.
These are thought vis-a-vis the question you raised about the media. Oh, yeah. And actually, I also want to do a bridge with what Dr. Eve just mentioned. It's scary knowing that only 2 imagine everything that was said vis-a-vis the mental health, the psychological support athlete needs to be able to perform well, to be able to cope with the pressure, to be able to cope even with the glory, because that comes also at a cost. And we know even instances of some athletes that were killed because of their fame. So how do we create the enabling environment for them to be able to manage all of that? And there also the role of media is important. And some previous speaker already alluded to the fact that when an athlete performs and it's covered by the media, the way the media is reporting about it can be either a booster or even a cause for depression at some point. So we need that kind of caution, having media that are more interested in the human dignity of the person rather than just trying to making a buzz out of a particular reality. And there is this growing monetization of sport that is also pushing away the need to consider the humanity of the discipline. Sport should be known for its capacity to transcend realities from the difference in the society to difference in the culture, religion, and the like. It's something that unites better than anything else, as Nelson Mandela was saying. But how does the media contribute to really echo this message rather than creating maybe more division? How do we focus on something that will unite better rather than accelerate the points of division? And when we say media, it should not be just about the journalists. It's also you and me, individuals, the fans, the supporters, or the detractors. The very message we will post on our social media about a particular athlete or someone who will get a medal and sharing it with the whole community. And you will have some that will be only focused on the negative and come and drop very funny messages. How do we have this collective intelligence to allow them to thrive, to be supporters from the beginning to the end, and not always try to mitigate some of the failures or performance and so on. So it's a whole of society approach and not just the media and journalists that one should think about when they are back in the family. How are they received? Some people will be interested in the sharing of what they have been able to gather, and so on and so forth. It's natural, but how also the athlete themselves are educated to kind of think and tackle all of these realities because it's not happen. It should not be that is when they are in front of it that they start to think of how do I deal with my fame today? How do I deal with the underperformance I had yesterday? First time representing my country in an international competition, and I had a wrong start, and I failed, and different things happened. So yeah, I believe that this is just telling us that maybe in a platform like this, we'll need to zoom out at some point and see some of these thematics whereby we may want more focused discussion, really unpacking and going to the root of some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we go back to Dr. Eva, this now takes us to Boniface. And the reason why I sidelined you, it's because media has this power that can change so many things, this power that can actually get a budget for sports, this power that can call for us not to only have 2 sports psychologists, but 100 within the country. Now let's take back this story, zoom out a bit, right? Boniface, you are reporting, you're a producer, but you're also an athlete, right? Vamos Vultures. Now, how can we ensure that media outlets, such like the one you're representing today, begin to change the narrative? We stop looking at the medal and because they won. We stop looking at the fact that they hesitated when the gun was shot and they didn't, start off when the gun was shot, but look at other things that are also working, other things that need to be zoomed into, like the fact that they need mental support. So the next couple of minutes, we're going to spend it on one-on-one with Boniface. Let's also put our shoes in the media's docket and see how they operate. So Boniface, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Lizzie, and I love the uproar or the interest everyone has in how the media can come on board to help tell this story better.
I cannot hear you. Maybe you can increase your volume a bit.
Okay, how I start now.
Yes, better. Thank you.
So I wanted to say I've really loved the interest that has been created around the media in how we can shape the conversation around wellness for the athlete. And just something that has been alluded before is the fact that the media is also just pointing out what the society wants in itself. So that is already a major issue that needs to be looked. But from my end, for decades, the media has used sports to single metrics. This I give the final score, who won, who lost, who scored, or who choked. That has been what we've been mostly focusing on. But myself as a broadcaster, and especially as a podcaster, I have learned that something very crucial. The scoreboard is the least interesting part of the athlete's journey. So when we sit down with an athlete, we don't start with the trophy moment, or we sit down and we start looking at some of the background. No one knows all the injuries they hide so that the coach could not bench them. We even try to focus on how to deal with the anxiety that made them afraid before sleep or even before the match. Another part which was really focused on was the dietary. This is a really expensive bit to the athlete or the student athlete right about now, and it's really a major cause also. Something that I try to talk to with various people within the space just to try educate on how best they can go about it. So if the scoreboard is the only story we tell or we used to tell, then the athlete's well-being will always be the price. This is something that I am trying to do. So it's time to make health a big part of the conversation and definitely a definition of success. Something I want to say again on my end, I'm trying by getting involved in such summits or even with YIDP to try tell those stories. So we, the media, often just capture the glory, but we almost never tell the truth. How crucial changing the narrative about the constant awareness raised also for holistic athletes' wealth is very important. And by doing so, we've unintentionally celebrated the culture of sacrifice over sustainability. So media doesn't just report sports. This is something that I am recognizing. We shape the ecosystem's value. So when we celebrate wellness, the entire system begins to protect its athletes. Something again I'm really championing and I would want us to keep on following for. As I said earlier, as a technical official and umpire, I've really watched players push through injuries because the system rewards toughness and honesty. So as a media is to just try focus and let them learn. Despite the injuries or the need to perform, mental wellness is something really important. As a player myself, I've seen teammates hide the pain because sitting out feels like failure. I am a classic example. During our recent double header, I had to play through a certain pain, and this is because I am competitive in nature, but some of the reasons being pointed out here are greatly contributing to the reasons why I would play or athletes are playing to that. I have seen athletes burn out long before they reach their prime because mental health is still whispered and not spoken out loud. I have seen some lady team members starve themselves to stay light or being because they are overwhelmed. And when you look at women athletes, the challenge amplifies. Women play under greater financial strain. They face harsher spotlight online and in the media. Their nutrition, body expectations are barely discussed in public spaces. Injuries such as the ACL, which are disproportionately higher in women, with ACL being 2 to 8 times higher in women than men. GBV and inequality support remain systematic issues. Areas, again, I'm saying as a station or as a university-based media, we are really trying to focus on this in some of our shows, such as on the sports, which happen Saturday. Many feel pressure to be perfect, strong, but feminine. So women absorb many load over sports ecosystem, but not yet fully acknowledged. In the university sports I cover, I've recognized over 27% of the Kenya university athletes report depression. 7 out of 10 athletes ban doping are reporting suicidal ideation, something that is really worrying. But again, the system has to be put in place so that things such as doping cannot affect the sport. And the conversation on being aware of how to go about it are something that I am equally passionate about. And I would all love to have people as NACADA or ADAP to come on board. So as media practitioners, we don't just describe sport, we define it. If we can define what success looks like, we can reshape policy, coaching, philosophy, and athlete behavior. The area I want to commend the summit organizers for championing. So what can we do differently? We need to showcase teams that invest in recovery science, feature coaches who protect players from burnout, celebrate federations that prioritize gender equity, have regular wellness summit and covered as well to bring experts and offer workable solutions to help improve the sport. Make the healthier team the hero and not just a winning team, something we need to focus on. Also on KUTV, we air segments that highlight sports psychology, mental resilience, pressure management, transitioning in and out of the sport. An open invitation I'd want to give all the hosts and all keynote speakers, panelists, and even other participants to come on board with us to have this conversation past the summit. So let's make a player, male or female, who seek therapy feel like a champion and not just as a casualty. In spotlighting women athletes, the media, we need to amplify their unique challenges, their medical realities, their recovery journey, resilience in a male-dominated system. It's not enough to show women playing. We must show that women endure. I want to hint at a podcast that I am developing right now with former Kenyan international and Tuza sports founder,
Okay,
Raquel
and then
Knight.
you can, with
This
this, you can
podcast is
also
going
just summarize while you're speaking. Maybe just summarize.
Yes. Coming to the end. So on the podcast with Raquel Knight, we're going to do women. As women don't just compete in the sport, they compete in system, not built for them. So telling their stories is not an optional, it's transformative. As I come to my end, I want to, let's rewrite the playbook as the need.
I think we've lost him, but I think he was just finalizing. I know we have 4 minutes. We've actually overused the time we were given.
On my
One
final
Piece, are you back?
statements.
Yes,
Yes,
we
I'm
lost you
here.
for a minute, but please finalize. Yes.
Okay, I'm saying I'm on my final line. So I was just saying we need to rewrite the playbook because we are standing at a cultural turning point. And if we continue reporting sports as if only the final score matters, then at least we continue sacrificing their long-term health. We can shift the narrative if media, coaches, administrators, and federation agree that holistic health is part of the definition of success, then everything changes. Performance becomes sustainable, talents last longer. Young athletes will grow up believing that balance is strength, and the public begins to demand safer, healthier, more human-centered sports ecosystem. So thank you, Liz.
Mhm. Thank you very much. And I was going to ask you about, the interviews in your podcast because you have a rich experts on this call from morning till now. And it's good to also kind of share your contact on the chat so that they can reach out. And we appreciate the fact that you're also extending, KUTV's airtime for them to be interviewed if they're interested. It is so we really do appreciate that. And ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a close, not a close for the summit, just a close because I've already kind of taken more than 30 minutes of your lunchtime. And we need to take a breather, or else Dr. Eva will start, pointing fingers that we're not giving them that mental break that they need. But for 1 minute, Eva, let me know. Final parting shots. And then Mr. Ngata, and then we take it back to Terry. Over to you, Dr. Eva.
I think for me, my final parting shot would be policy drives practice. And so if we actually have policies that protect the athlete, integrate multidisciplinary approach towards care of the athlete and protection of the sport in general, then we will, I think we'll be halfway home in terms of, can every federation have a policy that governs their sport? Can every team then subscribe to that policy? So for me, it's, at the end of the day, it's policy drives practice. And avenues like this put you in rooms and spaces where you can actually have access to individuals who you can drive an agenda and build policy around sports and healthy sports. I think it's very rare that you will have a doctor, a media personality, and a UNESCO
Policy guy.
policy guy in one room. Actually, I don't think I've ever had a scenario like that. But avenues like this what will change and drive change in the sports world, not just in Kenya, but I think the world over. We we have our flag is flying high because of what our athletes are doing. And this is with, yes, with support, but with minimal support. Now, can you imagine what that would mean for a republic of, or a nation if we actually gave them the support that they needed, anchored in policy that is well established? So, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I don't think I can emphasize how exciting it has been just to get to interact and learn from the brilliant minds here. And hopefully we can rewrite the sports story. Thank you, Boniface, for that. I mean, what you said about media and using it to tell the story, not just a scoreboard. I think if everyone subscribes to that mindset, then we will be
It's a
miles
game
ahead.
changer. We'll get to your ideal world. Yeah, definitely. Mr. Ngata, over to you. And yes, so it's the media, the doctor, the policy guy, and a two-time champion. I mean, I have to show again that I have 2 medals. Yeah, yeah. So it's a complete panel. Terry, take notes. Okay, Mr. Ngata, over to you.
It is nice that you show the medal because I wanted to really insist that sport is more than just performance. Sport is a human right. Sport is a space for inclusion. It's a vehicle for social cohesion. It's an accelerator for sustainable development, a driver for health. And really, we need to leverage more and more on sport to achieve different goals. And we have what it takes. From what we have been hearing since this morning, we have all the tools to really make it good. We just need to keep the momentum, to have some of these prioritization that are needed to ensure that we have the right focus. When, for instance, countries like Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania are preparing to host the Africa Cup of Nations, what should be our conversation related to security of international sporting events, related to the health and safety of athletes, related to their mental well-being, and so on. And beyond that, a lot of investment is coming along this hosting. But how much are we really measuring in terms of impact for the locals? How do we start having a conversation whereby in building a stadium, it should not be about importing everything? How do we create jobs through the sport industry as well? And there's a lot that could be happening in terms of conversation to really structure that and to have the momentum that is needed. And without forgetting what I always like to speak about, traditional sports and game, how do we, while adhering to the elite sport and the like, but what is our own that we need to think about, leverage in terms of their cultural value, in terms of the connection to our identity, in terms of the easiness to have access to what it takes to practice those sports, while at the same time realizing the main goal of building social cohesion, resilience, and accessorily making an earning out of it. So thanks again for this platform, and looking forward to
Thank
engaging
you.
more. Over.
And thank you guys for joining. Terry, over to you. Sorry about that time thing. I need to work on it. Over to you, Terry.
All right, thank you so much, Lizzie. And it's certainly been a very informative session. And a round of applause for our speakers and panelists. Please use the emojis to, they did a good job in giving us the data, the feedback. And Lizzie, I'm going to give you a score for a session well moderated. So we have eaten weight into your lunch. And for those that are not using the East African time zone, that means we've eaten into either your breakfast or your mid-time snack, and even your breakfast for people in the diaspora. So we're going to take a very short break. We're gonna
Do
take
you want?
a break.
Yeah. Sorry, Terry. I've seen Georgians and Shadrach's hand for quite some time. Is it possible
Yes,
to just
yes.
give them like a minute each before?
That is
Sorry.
where I was gonna come back to. So we'll just take the questions if they have questions or comments for the next 2 minutes. So I'm giving both of you 1 minute each so that we can hear from you. And then if there's a pending discussion, we'll leave that pending for after the lunch break and then come back to that. So I'll start with you, Georgine.
Amundi, I don't know whether you can unmute yourself, or maybe it needs the hosts to do that. Shadrach, try if you can unmute yourself.
Shadrach, please unmute. I think you can. Okay.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am Shadrach Mutungi from Taita Taveta. I'm the Waziri, or the County Executive Committee member in charge of youth and sports. I have been in this forum from the beginning. I have listened from speaker to speaker, and for sure, I being a leader in the county and who has been closely in touch with the youth, for sure the matters of mental health and incorporating these issues of discussion in sports is the right time. Therefore, I just wanted to comment that I might be busy in the after lunch, and therefore I felt it is good. I commend the organizers of this summit. And when you're organizing other summits, kindly consider us, those who are in the county governments, those who are at the center of interaction with the youth and also with the sports. I have seen from the partners who are partnering in these organizations and in this summit, many of them kindly consider the rural counties, the rural far-flung places where the drugs are there, where there are very few partners who talk about youth, who talk about sports, and who talk about the matters empowerment. Therefore, I felt it is good I introduce myself. I'll leave my contact details plus my mobile number, the email address. In case there are other forums, other summit, other interactive sessions, I also get contacted. I have tried to get email address and contact details of many of you. Therefore, I'll get back through email after in the afternoon or tomorrow to appreciate the organizers and all the speakers. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shadrach. Georgine.
Thank you. For me, it's a clarification. I heard one of the speakers here that we only have 2 psychologists in the country. And I felt a bit sad, imagining how overwhelmed they may feel, just maybe because of out of lack of information. At the Ministry of Health, at the Ministry of Youth, there's a psychologist, resident psychologist, who not only sees the staff, but is open to every other sportsman or woman in the country. And she is not overwhelmed because she is backed up by a whole department in the Ministry of Public Service, a whole department of psychologists, psychiatrists, counselors, and all that. Apart from that, in counties, there are trained psychologists and psychiatrists and counselors, all that, set out by county governments that are open to not only sportsmen and women, but also the entire public. I felt this is very sad, and I needed to clarify that there are not only two in the country.
Thank you
There's
so
a whole.
much, Gina. I
Thank you.
think there was also a little bit of a mix-up. The communication is that they were referring specifically to psychologists under the sports sector, not psychologists as a whole. So there's still a gap on that. As much as the other psychologists are open to seeing members of the sports team, there's still a big gap which we need to revisit that. And also mentioning that there's also a gap in the media representation and funds. That is a thing that I've seen in the chat since morning. There's a problem when it comes to the financial capacity to be able to position the organizations that are doing their best to make sure that sports, the training, the mental services are accessible to everyone. So yes, for future, as we continue engaging in the future and planning other engagements, we hope that all the stakeholders that are here are going to work together either to provide finances, provide services of any kind to be able to make sure that we are advancing to the next levels and building really better futures for everyone within the sports industry and basically everyone within their other sectors too. So with that, I am going to pause for 30 minutes. We only have 30 minutes and we will appreciate if you can keep time. We're going to have a very interactive session after 30 minutes. It's going to focus more. We're going to focus on the new playbook where we are building a safer, sustainable system. So stay in tune. We're going to leave the music playing in the background. If you love the music, please interact with that. And then we're going to see you after 30 minutes.
Michezo ni furaha, mchezo ni dawa. Kimbia na ndoto zako, usichoke wala kuwa. Mwili wako ni gari, akili ni ramani, safari ya maisha. Kimbia na ndoto zako, usichoke wala kuwa. Mwili wako ni gari, akili ni ramani, safari ya maisha lazima iwe safi.